And good morning, everyone. This is Deacon Jeff Compton here, coming to you live from our Holy Family Radio studios. It's our last Spring Spirit Drive. Don't worry, it's not our last one, like we're going off the air, but it is our last one in the studio because we're on our way to get a new, moving into our new studio location at the Glandorf Parish Center here in a couple of months. Certainly looking forward to that. But in the meantime, we're here. Day 2 in our old studios and ready to continue on with our 11 hours of broadcasting for today. We wrapped up 11 hours yesterday. We had a day that I would consider to be an average, typical first day of a pledge drive for Holy Family Radio. So it was a good day. It's always a good day on Catholic radio to be able to broadcast the truth, the fullness of truth that's only found in the Catholic Church. So just want to encourage folks. Just as it usually happens, it's one of those things where I get to forget to turn that slider down. That's one thing that Simeon does not do for me, is to help me with that, to keep that slider down. So in any event, hey, let me start over, since I was probably talking over me.
Yeah.
This is Deacon Jeff in the studios. It's going to be our last one that we're going to do in these studios as far as the Spirit Drive goes, to basically ask you to help us stay on the air here at Catholic Radio. And yesterday, as I was saying, is what I would consider to be a typical day at a Spirit Drive. So it was a good day, but an average day. And we need to have a good day today in order to get on track to where we need to be to keep us on the air, going and growing at Holy Family Radio. So the number to call is 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. This morning we have Hannah Warren, who's our volunteer. She'll be answering your phone calls today, at least this morning, and we have other volunteers that come in and out throughout the day. And we love our volunteers. We love those who help to keep things going here in the studio, taking care of all the transactions and the organization and management of the office. And so we offer our thanks to them. So keep them busy, would you please? 888-287-0655. We also offer online donation capability at our website at holyfamilyradio.fm. We have a donate link right off the homepage. You can see the great big Spirit Drive banner image that we have there. Just click that. It'll take you straight to our Spirit Drive Fund donation page. You can also use our mobile app. If you have our mobile app, you can go at the very bottom, down the bottom right-hand corner. There's a heart icon with the word donate underneath it. Just tap that. It'll take you right to our donation page. You can do it there, just as easy as anything else. And you can make a one-time donation of any amount, or you can set up a recurring donation. In other words, you can set up to donate, let's say, $10 a month, which equates to $120 for the year. You can make a $20 donation, $240. You're able to give more that way by giving a little each month. So either way you want to do it, we'll help you out with that if you need be. Just give us a call at 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. I'm hopeful that Kim will be able to join me later this morning. Still kind of nursing some things at home, but if things are improving and are better, then she'll be here, and we pray for that. And so, and believe me, it's not just, you don't want to hear me all day again. I don't know if I would want to hear me all day again. Trying to do the best I can, but just like yesterday here in the studios, I've got Jim Linthicum. I mentioned our volunteers. We do love our volunteers, and so he's sitting in the guest host chair over there. So say good morning, Jim.
Good morning.
Welcome back.
Yes, I'm glad to be here. I feel like family here. Kind of yucky out there with the rain and everything, but it's supposed to clear up by afternoon, so
yeah,
we hope to see some sunshine and clear sky here in Putnam County once again.
That's right. It's a bit warmer today, and that's a bit nicer. Love it being warm. I guess it's going to be really warm this weekend, so
oh yeah,
I'm definitely giving that a thumbs up.
Oh yeah.
So So yesterday we had a full day of guests. We had so many guests yesterday. We talked to a couple of priests we haven't talked to before. Father Adam Hertzfeld, the pastor at Finley, St. Michael's. Talked to Father Dave Serrata here in studio. He's the pastor over at the Defiance parishes, or actually will be like the official pastor come July. Father Scott Kramer, my pastor over at St. Peter and Paul, was here. We talked to Father Sean Landenwich, who's the pastor at Indian Lake, St. Mary of the Woods, along with St. Patrick in Bellefontaine. And then also Father Sean Wilson, who's the pastor of the Petersburg parishes. And we learned what the Petersburg parishes were. And then that's anchored at St. Joe's in Wapakoneta, which is in our local listening area for WOHA 94.9 in Ada. So it's great to have them with us yesterday. And today we're going to continue our lineup of guests, and I'll do a rundown here real quick. First off, around the bottom of the hour, so about 20 minutes from now, we're going to kick off an interview that I recorded earlier this week with Kevin Deitering, and it's a Journey Home sort of story. So if you're familiar with Marcus Grodi and his work with the Journey Home program, I got a chance to sit down and record an interview with him, and it's a very interesting tale, and it's one that I think will be inspiring and helpful for many who have had a journey similar to his. And so I won't offer any spoilers, but that'll be played around 7:30. So that runs about an hour and 15 minutes. Then around 9 o'clock, we'll be talking to some Catholic homeschoolers, those who have been homeschooling their kids and know all the ins and outs of how that happens from both a, in-home, I'm the teacher of my child, to those who are enrolled in a particular structured program for homeschoolers. So a little bit of both, flavors of homeschooling. So that might become more and more important as our public school education begins to be taken over and dominated by certain ideologies. Yes. Then we hopefully will be able to talk to an underwriter, give a little taste of why underwrite with Holy Family Radio, what benefits that brings to business. That's a key part of our income here at Holy Family Radio. The majority of it, though, does come from listeners. Those people right now who are commuting to work, bringing kids to school. You've got the radio on in your vehicle. It's part of, we keep you company, so to speak. I know Holy Family Radio keeps me company on a daily basis in my vehicle. So if you are there right now and you're thinking about it and would just want to donate, maybe it's just $20, maybe it's $25, maybe even just $10. That little bit helps to let us know that you're out there listening and you support the work that we're doing and you want to see us continue to do this sort of work. And we need to hear from you. So that phone number that you can call is 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. Then later on this morning, I'm going to play a Lighthouse Catholic Media or an Augustine Institute audio that we played last year. And I think that it's even more important this year that we kind of continue to understand transgenderism, this whole idea of gender nonconformity, and the things that people are doing to modify their bodies. And it's a talk that's offered by a Deacon Patrick Lappert, who is a plastic surgeon. So he is well aware of what folks are asking, and he's also fully well aware of the theological anthropology that is a human being in God's eyes. Yeah. So he offers a great perspective on that whole phenomenon of transgenderism. At noon, we'll be talking to Father Nathan Cromley.
Yes.
Who is he's not been a guest here before, but he is known around these parts. He has got local roots here in the Glandorf area and is a son of the diocese per se, because he comes from I think the Sylvania or Toledo area. So he'll be joining us. He is out in Colorado, so he's on mountain time. Not very often I've talked to somebody who lives on mountain time.
So we'll be talking to him over the phone or by video?
Or by video. I think we're going to try video.
Okay.
Okay. We did that a couple times yesterday. Hopefully we can work that out with him.
We had to get a few bugs out yesterday because it was all new to us.
It is all brand new.
It's a learning experience from for you and me and the whole crew here at Holy Family.
That's right. Yeah, we try to push the envelope a little bit, try to do new things, try to expand our audience. And in fact, right now we are streaming live on Facebook and YouTube and our website and our mobile app. So if you have the latest version of our mobile app, you'll be able to watch us on your phone. All you have to do is go to your Google Play Store or your Apple App Store and search for Holy Family Radio. Make sure you choose the one that's our logo. It's a red heart logo with the Holy Family inside of it. You install that, and if you open up the side menu, you'll see a watch live link, and here we'll be. So it's a great way to be able to stay connected with Holy Family Radio and listen wherever you are. It's compatible with your vehicle. So if you have Android Auto or Apple CarPlay, you can listen to Holy Family Radio wherever you are in a car, no static. Anywhere. I was in Florida recently and was able to stream and listen to Holy Family Radio in my vehicle, and it was a really nice way to kind of carry home with me in my vehicle. So 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655.
I got something to share here. I love reading this little booklet I get from time to time at my parish, Living Faith.
Okay.
And it's sometimes I don't always read this every morning, depending upon my work schedule, if I'm in a hurry to get to work. But I found something pretty good here on Thursday morning, April 21st. It starts with this scriptural passage from Luke 24:35. The disciples of Jesus recounted what had taken place along the way and how they had come to recognize him in the breaking of bread. And then we have this little comment from Justin McLean. Following Jesus' resurrection, the disciples on the road to Emmaus recognized him in the breaking of the bread. In other words, the Eucharistic sacrifice is what draws us to recognize Jesus Christ. In appearance, the Eucharist may seem mere bread and wine. It is actually unlogically changed through transubstantiation.
Transubstantiation.
Oh, thank you. I'm not good on the big words sometimes. By the priest during Mass into Jesus' body, blood, soul, and divinity. To disbelieve this is to disbelieve Catholicism. After all, the Eucharist is regarded by the Catechism of the Catholic Church as the source and summit of the Christian life. That's taken from paragraph 1324. Just as the disciples focused their gaze on Jesus Christ, true God in human form, so too must we acknowledge Jesus' real presence in the Eucharist and live accordingly by focusing on the sacramental life and Christ's call to the moral life that follows. In the closing prayer for this passage, Lord Jesus, help us to acknowledge and celebrate that you are truly present in the Holy Eucharist.
Amen. Thank you for sharing that.
Yes.
I appreciate that. Yeah, that's really good.
I think I'm getting a little bit of my radio voice back. I've been finding a head cold the past couple of weeks, and I sounded a little bit hoarse yesterday, so bear with me.
Oh, no problem.
I think I'm getting the voice back, so knock on wood, I think I'm going to sound a little bit better today.
Well, good. And I hope to keep that at bay myself after talking all day yesterday.
Oh, yeah. And I hope Kim will be feeling better in time to make it back here to the station to share her cheerful voice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely.
Good morning, Kim.
Yes, good morning. Good morning to all of our listeners actually out there who are listening and or watching today. I wish there was a way that I could keep track of that, but I'd lose track of my own train of thought if I was trying to look at that. But either way, welcome, and thank you for joining us today.
I'm glad to be here. It's a blessing.
Yeah, absolutely. 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. If you call right now, you'll be our first caller. And being our first caller is a special honor. It is. It is a special honor to be their first caller, our first offer to help support Holy Family Radio, because we need it to help finish our new radio studio, which will be equipped with a custom desk with up to 5 people around it. So we plan to record podcasts and be able to stream video and to be able to really do a lot more in terms of local programming and offering podcasts and expanding our reach to so many more people. And it really becomes it's going to be a real anchor and focal point for this ministry. No longer are we going to be out here in some out of the way place in the middle of God. Yes, out in the boonies, out in God's country, as you like to say, surrounded by farmland. That's all great.
It is.
But there comes a time to take that next step and to have that truly physical presence that kind of shows, hey, this is the fruit of your work. This is the fruit of your donations, not necessarily our work, but your donations that enables us to be able to continue to update equipment and acquire new technologies and to be able to try new things, things that will help us in the future, because, as radio still has a big reach, it still has a strong impact, but not like it used to. And things are transitioning to streaming and to video and to some more short form and even long form talk. And so we need to be there. And
we do audio stream on our website.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
If you can't, I have a Fire tablet. It's not compatible with your app, but I'm just as content as getting on the website to listen online.
Right.
And I go to bed late at night listening online to Holy Family Radio.
Oh, fantastic.
Sometimes if I have some real bad cases with insomnia, sometimes I'll wake up at 3 a.m. and there's Johnette Williams with her program, Women of Grace.
Yeah.
So it's nice to hear her voice. Mm-hmm. She has a sweet voice.
Yes, absolutely. So as we continue on down in the afternoon, our guest list includes Kathy Roth, who was recently offered a presentation at a local Knights of Columbus chapter regarding the Constitution and our religious freedom rights. And I'm really interested to speak with her. She was highly recommended by the folks locally here, so I'm looking forward. She's coming in from Bryan, I believe, to come and speak and talk to us on the radio, and we'll get an idea of what it is that the message she wants to share with us. We have Jeremy Kuhlman coming back in the afternoon, the Knights of Columbus Insurance. He's going to bring a guest with him because
I'm a Knight.
Yeah, I'm a Knight as well. And because we are expanding to the Fostoria area and also hopefully to the Van Wert area, then there's more opportunity then for you to get to know your Knights of Columbus insurance agent, for those of you Catholic men out there who are looking to have a solid, faithful financial resource for you for your future. So that's the Knights of Columbus at 3:00. And then from 4 to 5, it's Catholic Schools Focus. Like we always do with our art contest winners, we invite them, their parents, their teachers, their administrators to come in and just chat and learn and celebrate Catholic schools. So this afternoon at 4, we've got Connie Neese, the principal of St. Peter and Paul. She's coming in. Then at 4:30, it's Nate Stant, who is the principal at Delphos St. John's, who has a couple of art contest winners this year. They won't be coming, but he will, to talk about Delphos St. John's. And then at 5 o'clock hour, we've got from St. Mary's in Leipzig, their art contest winners, and looking forward to meeting and talking with them. So that's a really full day of in-studio guests. Oftentimes we're half and half a bit with our guests, but today it's mostly in studio, which means my job is just a little bit easier when it comes to technology and managing all of that. So I want to thank Jim, who brought in another donation today. He donated yesterday and decided to come back and donate again. So thank you, Jim, for this.
You're welcome.
Get things started off today, but you can be the first caller still at 888-287-0655. I'm going to say it 2 more times. I'll say it slow, so you have the opportunity to grab your phone, be able to get that dialer and your keypad up, and then repeat after me. 888-287-0655. That is 888-287-0655. And as always, you can go to our website at holyfamilyradio.fm. That's Holy Family Radio. That's all one word, .fm, as in FM radio. If you go to .org, .com, .net, you will not be getting us. You may be getting another Holy Family Radio apostolate. And there are several Holy
yeah.
Family radios
Oh, yeah.
across the country.
Michigan, Kentucky, and I think you said yesterday Florida?
West Virginia, I
West
know.
Virginia,
West
okay.
Virginia was one, and there might have been even one in Pennsylvania. So
Okay.
usually when I interact with the folks at EWTN with a question or what have you, I always have to specify that we're the ones in Ohio.
Yeah.
I just can't say Holy Family Radio.
We can't say we're first with that name, but we have to recognize the others that use the same ident.
That's right.
We have something in common just the same, because I think most of these stations that use the Holy Family name, we share something in common
Yeah,
with
absolutely.
EWTN.
Yes, we do. We're all affiliates of EWTN, and we enjoy their programming. I know you enjoy their programming. I especially enjoy the programming that takes on the current events out there. Things like Teresa Tamia's program at 9 a.m., Catholic Connection, and Al Cresta at 4 and 5. Dr. David Anders, as far as apologetics goes, is certainly one of my favorites. So knowledgeable, so quick to be able to offer answers to oftentimes some very complex questions. But he also offers a very nice, he's got a lot of empathy for people who are in tough situations.
Yeah.
And so that's always heartwarming for me. We talked to him last year on our Spirit Drive, and he was a wonderful guest. And I had the opportunity to meet him at a Catholic radio conference a few years back. So I considered him back then to be one of the stars of Catholic radio, and I still consider him to be a really influential host.
And I have a favorite also, but you usually see her on television, Tracy Sable, who
Okay.
anchors EWTN News Nightly at 6 p.m. local time. But they repeat it on radio at 9 p.m. local time for those who missed it.
Right.
If you have a family member who works late into the evenings, he can come home or she can come home and listen to the 9 p.m. rebroadcast.
Mm-hmm.
And Tracy Sable, she's a remarkable woman, pretty face, pretty hair, but she's also got a great voice, and she's very intelligent.
Yeah. Very good.
We'd like to interview her one of these days for a future.
That's right. There's a
Spirit
lot of
Drive.
people I'd like to interview. That's for sure.
But realizing she's based out of Washington, I know she has a busy schedule.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely.
Oh yeah.
I tried to. In fact, I last year I invited, and this year I'd also, but I did not hear back. Is Johnette Williams? I did try to book her for the Spirit Drive, so maybe I'll try earlier next year
Okay.
to see if I can get her to join us for our Spirit Drive, because I know a lot of people would like to hear Johnette.
Yes.
For sure. So 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. I know some of you might be wondering out there, okay, you're going to be expanding to Fostoria. What does that really mean as far as building a radio station? Well, it used to be when you built a radio station, you had to have a studio in that local area. So that meant your investment was not only the transmitter and tower and all the related equipment to put a signal on the air, but also meant physical space and be able to have a person that was, to operate out of.
Mm-hmm.
But nowadays that requirement's waived. And so now we can use our main studio as the base and to be able to expand our signal over there. So it's really a question of finding a tower. It's acquiring the equipment, the proper equipment, getting an internet feed to it, and kind of taking that and putting it on the air. Sounds sort of easy, but it's not that easy.
It can be complicated. You gotta, what they say, jump through hoops.
Yes. Yeah.
But like we did when we started here in 2010.
Right. Yep.
And so for those of you in Fostoria who used to listen to WLBJLP, we're here to bring Catholic radio back to your area.
Right. Yeah, definitely. And with a stronger signal, with the full power signal.
Exactly.
Yeah. So our estimate for being able to put that on the air is anywhere from $20,000 to $50,000. Okay. So it's not a small endeavor.
Oh, it's not.
And we rely on your financial support to be able to put that on the air. And if we are approved to do in Van Wert, it's going to be a slightly more because of the things we would need to do for that tower, that area. So it's a similar $30,000 to maybe $60,000 or $70,000 price tag to make that happen. So that's only going to happen through fundraising and through your support. All right. So every $10 helps. Every $50 helps. Every $100 helps.
Exactly.
So it's up to you to how fast we go. It depends on how fast we're able to acquire those funds to make it happen. So it's 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. Well, now I'm going to transition now to our first interview and our first guest today, and that is Kevin Deitering is going to be our first guest today on the Spring Spirit Drive. I had the opportunity to record this interview, tape it with him earlier this week, and Kevin has an interesting story of that's kind of similar to, I think, many stories and reverts that you hear about on the Journey Home program, for example, of those folks who are raised in a Catholic environment, in a Catholic family, who decide to, for whatever reason, walk away or turn away from that for a while and embrace, some other flavor of Christianity. And then
I do have a question now.
Yeah, sure.
Is he any way related to our founder, Tom Deitering?
Yep, that's his son.
Oh, okay.
Kevin is his son. Yep.
Great.
So this is a story of being of a reversion, you might say, of coming back to one's Catholic faith, and the story behind that is quite interesting and intriguing, and invite all of you to take a listen and choose to donate, because his story is really one of the primary reasons why we do what we do here. All right. It's to engage those who not only know nothing about Jesus and his church, but those who maybe need to come back, those who have kind of wandered away for whatever reason, indifference, people get angry, people lose hope, but there's always redemption. There's always the opportunity to, in fact, we're in the Easter season, right? We're Easter people. It's resurrection, passion, death, and resurrection of Jesus. And that's what we all, look for. So without further ado, I'm going to switch over to Kevin's interview. And when we come back after that, we'll probably have a short break, and we'll have our first in-studio guest for today on day 2 of the Spring Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio. Here's Kevin's interview. Cut it up if I want. So, all right, welcome to cut it up if I want. So, all right, welcome. Cut it up if I want. So, all right, welcome to the Spring Spirit Drive here in 2022. This is Deacon Jeff Compton. I want to thank you, everybody, for listening. Remember, you can pledge your support now at 888-287-0655. You can also go online to our website at holyfamilyradio.fm. Cut it up if I want. So, all right, welcome to the Spring Spirit Drive here in 2022. This is Deacon Jeff Compton. I want to thank you, everybody, for listening. Remember, you can pledge your support now at 888-287-0655. You can also go online to our website at holyfamilyradio.fm. That's holyfamilyradio.fm. So I am pleased now to be joined in the studio by our next guest, and I'd like to introduce him. His name is Kevin Deitering, and Kevin is the son of the founders here at Holy Family Radio, Tom and Marianne Deitering. And so it's a real pleasure to be able to speak with him today, and welcome, Kevin.
Hey, it's great to be here, Jeff. Join you and all of our listeners. It's unreal that all these years after Mom and Dad founded the station, that here I am sitting here being interviewed.
Yeah, it's interesting, how I came to be involved with this was, an unusual sort of story or in circumstances, and I'm thankful that was, I got a chance to be involved with this. It's really played a big role in my life, and so now I'm looking forward to having a conversation with you, because in many, many ways, the story behind creating this radio station kind of was a part of your dad's family,
Yeah.
right? I mean, so what I'd like to kind of do is kind of set the stage here for you to kind of like tell your story a little bit.
Right.
What growing up and kind of how your faith journey in many ways.
Yeah. Well, I grew up about 100 yards from where we're sitting right now.
Yeah.
Was raised in a Catholic family. Youngest of 6 kids. So I'm a child of the 70s and the 80s. So I saw a lot of interesting things growing up. I think the church, we're coming on the heels at that time of Vatican II. So the church was going through a lot of changes. I would say my family, when I was younger, we were practicing Catholics. We attended Mass when we were supposed to, but it was never really something that I understood very well growing up. And then by the time I was around 6 years old, one of my family members left the church, and that was pretty devastating, I think, to my mom and dad especially. Eventually, all 6 of us left the church for different reasons. In my own case, while I was in high school, I attended different Protestant churches with my older siblings, and it wasn't necessarily that I had something against the Catholic Church. I just kind of enjoyed attending those other churches with them. And then 17, 18 years old, around that time, I really started to rebel against my parents, against religion in general. Started to, party a lot. I went to Defiance College my freshman year to play basketball. It was always my dream to play college basketball. I went there and it was just very disappointing. It wasn't what I thought it was going to be. Being on a team at that level, I had a higher, standard or higher expectations of what I expected playing college basketball to be like, and that was disappointing. Went to college and lived in the dorms, and like a lot of our kids nowadays, just the dorm life isn't the healthiest place to be, and had some unhealthy influences, started smoking marijuana a lot and things like that. And eventually I transferred from Defiance College and went down to Ohio University, which our listeners probably understand the reputation that OU has.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily because it's the Harvard on the hocking. It's of other reasons. And so I went to Ohio University and just really was involved in the party scene and just had no interest in serving God whatsoever. I basically thought that all Christians were hypocrites. I saw my own family, Catholics and Protestants, fighting against each other, and it turned me off. Although at that age, it doesn't take much to turn you off if you're already kind of inclined to rebellion in the first place. So I used that as an excuse, and then went through some rough times when I was about 21 years old, 21. Went through some tough times just with relationships, and decided to start to read God's Word on my own. I remember one of my brothers gave me a Bible, and then I remember hearing him talk about Ecclesiastes, which is a book in the Old Testament, and how he liked that. And so I picked up the Bible, and I remember he said something about Ecclesiastes, so I started reading Ecclesiastes, and that's Solomon writing about his life. And Solomon, who was the richest, wisest man who had ever lived, had riches and women and health and everything you could possibly want from the worldly sense. He talked about how everything was meaningless under the sun, in his case, because he wasn't fully serving God. The Bible talks about how Solomon followed the the gods of his wives. And so Solomon was, you read Ecclesiastes, and Solomon seems sort of jaded in a way when it comes to things of this world. But at the same time, when it comes to God, that we could only find our true happiness in God. And so that kind of hooked me in, like, wow, this is cool. I kind of see eye to eye with this guy. And then kept reading God's word. I mean, I didn't stop partying, living that life, but when I'd go up to my room and close the door, I'd grab the Bible and start reading it. And then I remember reading in one of the Gospels where two passages stick out in my mind. One is, I am the way, the truth, and the life. Jesus exclusively saying he was the only way. Because, at that time, early 90s, Ohio University, I'm around Muslims, I'm around atheists, I'm around Buddhists, and, everybody was kind of like, well, as long as you're a good guy, you're cool. You're fine. You'll go to heaven if there is a heaven. And reading the Gospels, I was like, well, no, it's clear that he is the only way. Christ is the only way. And I remember reading, I believe it's in Luke, where Christ says that he who finds his life will lose it, but he who loses his life for my sake will find it. And that wasn't speaking to me about martyrdom as much as I need to give my life fully to Christ. And I didn't have this, I always wished when I was younger, like, God, if you exist, strike that truth lightning or something like that. I want to see it. It wasn't that kind of moment, but it was this moment of, or a process of, like, Jesus is the only way. And he died on the cross for my sins individually. And so sometime in that time, during that, I was around 21 years old. I remember even going to Mass and hearing the Mass and being like, wow, I mean, I grew up Catholic, but I don't ever remember hearing this the same way I'm hearing it now, that Jesus died on the cross for my sins. Before that, it was just this general thing, like Jesus died on the cross for everyone's sins, but it had become that Jesus died on the cross for Kevin's sins. It became a personal thing. Then I left it wasn't like this big decision, I'm going to leave the Catholic Church. It was more like when I returned to Athens, Ohio University, I didn't know any strong Catholics, started attending a Wesleyan church, started attending an organization called the Navigators. Great organizations. So that's kind of where I was discipled and grew in my faith.
Interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. I think that's a common story for a lot of people, is they kind of go off, and they start living life and experiencing it, and you get exposed to a lot of different things, and some folks they kind of continue in that path. Others kind of grasp at other things. And when it came time that you sort of had this awakening, in a sense, in your early 20s, about this understanding about Christ as your personal, like, he died for you. Was there anything you thought that was missing in your upbringing that you didn't think you got, but you maybe have? You know what I'm saying? In other words, what led you to the path to, like, seek out your Bible and all that, instead of looking back at your Catholic faith that you were brought up in?
I would say at that time, it wasn't discouraged as a Catholic to read your Bible, but I don't remember the same movement that I see now with, my mom reads her Magnificat every day, which is scripture. Father Michael Schmitz now with his Bible in the year. And
right.
There just wasn't that movement at that time that I was aware of the Catholic Church and having this fervent desire to read God's word. And I don't ever remember it being emphasized from the pulpit during a homily, the importance that we have a personal relationship with Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I don't ever remember hearing that's something you need to cultivate and nourish and work at. Was it said? It might have been said, but I just, as a kid raised in the church, I didn't hear it.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to throw the church under the bus or any of our priests or anyone like that, but I didn't hear it
Mm-hmm.
for whatever reason.
Yeah, that's an important point. Is this connection? At some point, you need to grasp onto your faith
Yeah,
as a child, and how that connection gets made is really really important.
right.
Otherwise, you're left to kind of figure it out on your own in different ways. And if something grabs a hold of you that seems to be a little bit more powerful or more relevant, then that's the one you're going to go for,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
Because I think in our youth ministry that we do, we try to make that connection a bit for kids. You know that the church is more than just mass; it's this relationship. You know, it's a relationship with the truth, a person, Jesus Christ.
Right.
And so, you know, they
And-
need to grasp that.
And mass is a way to draw us closer. And, the sacraments
Mm-hmm.
are like the food for us
Mm-hmm.
along the way.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what came next?
So I'm at college and Ohio University still. And I remember it was a summer between my junior and senior year where I'm like, all right, now what do I do? Do I go back to OU? Are there any Christians there? Because I definitely didn't know many Christians other than we'd have this guy called Brother Jed. Any of you guys who went to a state school in Ohio, you might know who Brother Jed was, or someone like that. There were these fire and brimstone pastors who would just belittle people and talk about how immoral everybody was and how they're going to go to hell if they don't change their ways. And, there's probably truth to their message. People needed to repent, but the way they went about doing it was almost a show, and it very crass. And so I was worried, like, man, if I go to OU, do I have to attend a church like that and be like that?
Yeah.
And the first week, I decided to go back to OU, and I remembered one of my resident assistants. I knew he's a Christian, didn't know much about his faith other than whenever his girlfriend was in his dorm room, he always kept the door open. He's a real gentleman. I saw his Bible sitting on a nightstand, and nice guy, great guy. So that's previous years. Well, my first year back, or my first week back to OU after having that awakening, I bumped into him, and his name was Ralph. And I bumped into him on Court Street, the main street in Athens, like, Ralph, God's gotten hold of my life. I was so excited, and he teared up. it was pretty exciting. And he invited me to his church and to become a part of us. He just pointed me, God used him to point me in some directions of some different organizations on campus. So, that last year at OU, attended Bible studies, different organizations, Christian organizations, realized that there were some Christians on campus after all, and really grew a lot in my faith. And then had a desire to serve God cross-culturally, like in missions in some way. And that was always on my radar. And just was waiting for the right opportunity to come up. I had some college loans I wanted to pay off. I didn't want to be a missionary with huge college debt or something like that. So came back home, worked for my family's landscaping business, pay off my college loans. And then in that process, I met my wife, or who would eventually become my wife, Rebecca. And great family, raised in a great Christian home, loving parents, really discipled her well. And I just fell in love with her and her family as well, just a great family. We decided, before we got married, before we got engaged, I just wanted to be sure that she was willing to follow me, if that meant to being a teacher or a missionary or whatever it was, wherever in the world, was she willing to come along with me? And she was. And so we were married in January of 2001. And she's been a huge blessing in my life. But we decided to go into missions together. We went to a place called the Masters Mission. It's in North Carolina. It trained missionaries who wanted to go to more rugged, maybe austere places in the world. And the missionary Protestant missionary movement. A lot of missionaries were going to big cities where it's kind of comfortable,
Yeah.
and
yeah.
we wanted to be willing to go where it wasn't as comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
So we moved down there to North Carolina for training for a year at the Master's Mission, and it was great training as far as preparing us to live in a rough situation like that, but also the biblical training was great. From a different perspective from where I am now as a Catholic, but yeah, just the appreciation for God's word, the respect for God's word, the fact that so much of God's word is applicable to what we do and how we live today, which I still put in practice.
Mm-hmm.
Just great things I learned from that. And we graduated from there, and then shortly, well, about two and a half years after that, after raising support and so forth, we became missionaries in Ecuador. There was a connection with someone that we knew from Lima who had been from the same church we were attending in Lima. They were missionaries in Ecuador for probably at that time 30 years. So we went there and worked under their leadership, and a lot of things happened in Ecuador.
I'll bet.
We arrived in Ecuador in 2006, lived in the city of Quito, beautiful city in the mountains. My wife, Becca, spent that time learning Spanish. I already spoke Spanish because of my college background. I lived in Mexico and things, studied Spanish in college. So my wife learned Spanish, studied Spanish that first year, and I helped in a local poorer church in Quito, in the city of Quito.
What kind of adjustment was that? Going to South American country, I mean, shock, or was it?
Yeah, it was shock. It was shock because when I was a young single guy, I lived in Mexico and studied Spanish there. Mexicans culturally are different. If you are a American trying to speak Spanish, they're usually kind of amused and they think it's kind of cool. Whereas in Quito, it's a different culture. They don't really care. And, they don't care to you. To them, you're just a big white gringo, as they say. And yeah, it was definitely a different culture. It wasn't as warm, I would say, as the Mexican culture that was my point of reference.
Mm-hmm.
So that was difficult. And then to go there with a family on top of that, where, in Mexico as a single guy, I just worried about myself. Now I'm worried about my wife and my 3 children.
So you went with 3 children?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
Our 3 oldest children.
Wow. It had to be an adjustment for them too, huh?
Yeah, it was. And saying goodbye to grandparents
Yeah.
was hard. Saying goodbye to family was difficult.
Mm-hmm.
I remember taking Ezra, my oldest, to an Ohio State game right before we left and just crying during the watching the marching band, Ohio State marching band and the national anthem, thinking, man, this is what I'm leaving.
Yeah.
Kind of sounds like a silly thing, but knowing that we were signing up for something long term, this wasn't something we planned on taking lightly and just like, yeah, we're going to go for a year. I mean, we were prepared to spend the next 20, 30 years or whatever of our lives in Ecuador. Yeah.
Okay.
So we were in Quito for the first year and then moved to the jungles of Ecuador to a place called Archidona, which was about 4.5 hours away from the capital, Quito, and was a small town about the size, I'd say, Ottawa or Delphus or something like that, a town like that. We were about 15 minutes away from the provincial capital, which is a bigger city, maybe about the size of Lima. So people think of the jungle, they just think of monkeys and palm trees and things like that and snakes, which there were all of those. But we also, we had towns, we had cars and everything else. So yeah, another adjustment. It was hot, rained a lot, sick a lot. Yes.
Yeah, you kind of worry. Thinking about healthcare, thinking about food, and a lot of things we kind of take for granted here in the United States can't be taken for granted there.
Right. Well, and the worry before leaving too, and people would even say this, like, what if something happens to your children?
Yeah.
What if they get bit by a snake? Or what if they get sick and die? And my thought was like, well, what if we stay here and they get hit by a car? There's risk no matter where we are in the world.
Right.
And we went in the situation hoping and praying that God would protect us, trusting in His sovereignty that, hey, if something does happen, God's still in control.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and we had a lot of, we faced a lot of trials while we were there. Health-wise, I personally, I was sick. I got sick with dengue fever, with hepatitis A, with salmonella, and other unnamed unnamed sicknesses. My kids were sick with a few things like that too.
Yeah.
Culturally, it was easier to live there as far as with the people than in the Quito, the big city.
Mm-hmm.
Archidona, the people were kind. They really embraced us.
Mm-hmm.
We had a lot of friends there. Just good community, smaller town.
Mm-hmm.
A lot like here, everybody knows everybody's business in a lot of ways, but there were a lot of good things about it too.
Okay. So what was your day-to-day like as far as your mission work? I mean, what did that involve?
Well, so when we first arrived in Archidona, I was helping with a church, Christian and Missionary Alliance Church, which is a denomination here in America as well. And shortly after arriving, the pastor left. And so here I am, an American who has about 18 months under his belt. I speak Spanish, but probably not the greatest, and probably with a strong accent, and not a Mexican accent at that, and not an Ecuadorian accent.
Yeah.
And so all of a sudden I was like the interim pastor of this church. And so that was tough, not knowing the culture very well, not thinking I spoke the language probably better than I thought, having a different perspective on how to do ministry than what people there had. And that was a real trial. And then after that, finally they had a pastor come, and gratefully to take over as the main pastor of that church after I had been intern pastor for about 9 months, I believe. We eventually moved on, and one of the things we did, this wasn't even planned when we went. We thought we'd probably be doing traditional working in churches, but because my kids played sports, we became involved in sports. It's real natural. People saw me in the yard playing pitch and catch with my boys. And next thing you know, other neighborhood kids show up at our house and they want to play pitch and catch. And then we start this sports ministry. And so it just happened naturally. And then we ended up, this was a place where no one had ever played baseball before. And after about 5 or 6 years of our sports organization, we had about 125 boys and girls in the area playing sports. And we used this as a platform for teaching kids virtues, doing Bible studies with the kids, teaching them how to relate sports and God together. Eventually it blossomed into soccer, which soccer's king in most countries anyway.
Yeah.
So that's pretty easy to get into soccer. And then we actually even had a semi-pro women's soccer team that competed nationally. Just things grew tremendously.
Okay.
So I was busy doing a lot of administrative work, kind of like I do now as a athletic director.
Okay.
But at the same time, working in another church. By that time, we were working with the Baptist denomination in Ecuador, which had been more probably like the Southern Baptists here in America, and worked with some good people in that organization as well. I would say some of the best people I met were probably during that 3 or 4 year span where I was working with the Baptists in that country. We kind of used our sports ministry, or they kind of co-opted that as part of theirs as well. So that life was busy, and by 2017, which is when we returned back to the United States, we had 6 children. So imagine trying to do all those things with a wife and
Right.
6 kids
Now
too.
6
So
kids
life,
too. Yeah.
life was crazy, and I look back and a lot of times regret how I spent my time, or just when you were at home, you were so tired
Yeah.
or mad or about things that were going on in life. It was just
Yeah.
it was a tough time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll bet. Hey, let's pause there for a second. You're listening to the Spring Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. That's the phone number to call. We have volunteers standing by right now to take your pledge to donate to Holy Family Radio. Keep us going and growing. You can also donate online at holyfamilyradio.fm. That's holyfamilyradio.fm. If you have our mobile app, you can also look in the lower right-hand corner. There's a heart with the word donate underneath it. You can use that to also go to our online donation website there, holyfamilyradio.fm. The number one more time, 888-287-0655. We're here in the studio speaking with Kevin Deitering, who's telling his story about, and where we left it off is that he had described his experience as a missionary in Ecuador and has returned. But I want to kind of ask this question, which is, during your time there in Ecuador, did you encounter many Catholics, and what was your approach to Catholics in those areas?
Yeah. If you go to Quito at the time when we were younger missionaries, you go to you could see these old cathedrals that were built in the 1600s, just amazing. And sometimes it seemed almost as a Protestant at the time, like over the top, ostentatious, like what a waste of money. All this money, all these poor people, and then as I spent time there, I respected it more. People would come and visit, and I'd always take them to the Compañía de Jesús. It's the Company of Jesus Cathedral downtown, and give tours of it and things like that. So I grew in my respect for it. Our best friends were Catholic. We would come back home for furloughs, we'd call it, for a few months. And Gustavo was his name. He and his family, they had like 6 or 7 boys, Gustavo and Victoria, all adult sons. And they would come and look after our house, look after our pets. If I ever had to fix my truck, Gustavo and his sons would come over. Good person and Catholic, and never blinked an eye. The fact that I wasn't a Catholic, it never mattered to him. He just was a helpful person.
Yeah.
Just a lot of good friends of ours were Catholic, ironically. And I think one of the things that really got my wheels turning about what I believed as a Protestant and
Good person.
And Catholic Church was the Jehovah's Witnesses were huge down there, and that was a huge group.
Okay.
And they were aggressive, going door to door, evangelizing. And they would always confuse Catholics and Protestants alike by saying, hey, where's the word Trinity in the Bible? Because Jehovah's Witnesses don't believe in the Trinity.
Yeah.
And, well, it doesn't say the word Trinity in the Bible, but it teaches it. And that's a doctrine that was developed by the early church.
Sure.
And it's important to us, the Trinity. And I would say things from the pulpit when I'd preach, like, in a lot of ways, we have more in common as Protestant evangelicals. We have more in common with the Catholics when it comes to doctrine than we do with the Jehovah's Witnesses. And people looked at me like I was crazy. Like, yeah. How could you say that to Catholics? Because a lot of people were just as anti-Catholic as they were evangelical Protestant. Like, I truly believe that for some people, to them, being evangelical was being anti-Catholic more than any personal relationship with Jesus Christ. And so things like that made me begin to respect the Catholic Church more and more for its doctrine. You talked about people too, going back to the people, looking at our neighbor when we lived in more of a rural area and outside of Archidona. Santiago Chiwango, I believe was his name. And he was a catechist, as they would call them there, and large family, just such a good man, would do anything for his family, the witness that he had. And also I remember towards the end, before we came home, 2016, a young priest from India, somewhere in India, who was serving as a priest in the Archidona area, and just looking at him and seeing his commitment. There he was, he's walking by himself, going from house to house in the heat. I'd give him a ride, he'd hit, instead of hitchhiking, you know, they just walk or wait for the bus. So I'd give him a ride, and just I had a lot of respect, for people like that. So God put a lot of good examples, good people who sacrifice a lot in their lives, who were kind to us, because I look at a lot in my own life, especially as a younger evangelical Protestant, I wasn't very kind to Catholics or to people who believed differently from me. And so it kind of shamed me. Even when we were serving, I believe we're in Archidona at the time. I remember the CLC from Kalida supporting us. And it just shamed me. Like, here I am, I've left the church, and yet these Catholic ladies are supporting our work. It was more for the sports ministry, because it was a good thing. And it was, sure, I wouldn't say it's ecumenical, but it wasn't necessarily fire and brimstone Bible teaching either.
Sure.
What we did. It was, like I said, teaching children more virtues and biblical principles they could apply to their lives. So, just that quiet witness from a lot of Catholics spoke volumes to us.
Yeah, that does say a lot sometimes. You never know the impact that you have, that a person's prayers or that card or some of these other encounters that can really stick in people's memories.
Right.
Can really have an impact. It sows seeds, right? We talk about Catholic radio and how it how we're broadcasting the word and the truth and all this programming, and we have no idea who's listening, where or when they are, and it sows seeds, and it might take root and grow and flourish 10 years down the road or 5 years down the road. They might have heard, a little thing here and there that they didn't know before, and it triggers something, you know? So, yeah, it's important. I mean, you never know. You just never, ever know. And that's why it's so important.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
So what's next?
Yeah, so 2017, 16 and 17, I'm having some health problems. Couldn't figure out what it was. It was my side hurt a lot, and went to different specialists and in the country, and it was just basically stress related. They said it's stress related. You have to figure out how to handle it, change your diet a little bit, but you have to try to avoid stress. I'm like, how am I going to avoid stress?
Yeah.
And managed it, got to know my body a little bit more, what I could handle, what I couldn't handle. I'm type A anyway, and I really had to slow down a lot. And ironically, it was around this time, 2016, 2015, 2016, in that state of just kind of being weak, and I slowed down a lot. We just concentrated on doing a Bible study in a town near us called San Pablo. And to make a long story short, there's an organization called Compassion International, which, if you listen to contemporary Christian music, you might hear them advertise, or you see them advertise online. So what Compassion International does is, people here, they sponsor children, and that money goes towards those children in other countries like Ecuador. And what we did on that side is we had a project where we called it a project, where it's after school program for kids. They could come get a meal, tutoring for their subjects, learn about Jesus, learn about God's word, nothing deep or theological, just once again, teaching these children morals and biblical principles and virtue. So we worked with that, and they ended up actually planting a church in that town, which didn't have any Catholic church or anything. It was kind of a sad town, high rate of alcoholism, just a lot of sad things went on in that town, and so we worked with that a lot in Compassion International. And it was around that time where my health problems came back. We didn't trust the doctors in the country anymore. Like, it's got to be something worse. It's got to be more than stress.
Yeah.
And so 2017, March of 2017, we decided to come back home to Ohio. We weren't sure if it was permanent or temporary. We felt in our hearts it's probably permanent. I remember cleaning out our house, and kids were outside, and Becca and I stood in the doorway, looked inside, and just hugged each other and cried, because it's kind of like we had a premonition that this is over.
It's coming. Yeah.
Yeah. And it was bittersweet. We felt like, had you asked me 5 years earlier, I would have said, we're going to be here for the rest of our lives.
Yeah.
We were thinking about sending our kids to universities in Ecuador, because it was going to be a lot cheaper anyway, and pretty good quality of education in some of the schools, or a lot of the schools. But God had other plans. So we came back in 2017, and I went to Cleveland Clinic, and sure enough, they diagnosed me with the exact same thing. It's just a lot of stress in your life. You got to take care of yourself, and, different diet and things like that. And coming back here and worked for my brother's business, that just having that routine and not being involved in ministry where you're dealing with people constantly. And I think stepping back for a while really helped me, just my health, and I feel better now.
Yeah.
But coming back, stayed with my mom at first, and I didn't really want to attend church anywhere, but just out of duty and doing the right thing, and because I have 6 kids and I wanted to be a good example, it's like, let's just go to Mass with Mom. Let's go to Mass with Grandma. And so coming here to New Cleveland Holy Family, people were so kind to us, people who hadn't seen us for years, and they were just glad to see Mom, Mary Ann, happy because her kids were home.
Yeah.
And that spoke volumes to me too, because like, here I left the church, and here I am. I'm not going up to receive communion. I'm just sitting there in the pew, at first. And just that people accepted us back. What struck me was the quietness at times at Mass, and my wife as well. She's like, it's so quiet sometimes. Like, here we're used to going to church, and everybody, you talk to your neighbor, and then you have the worship. There's just no time for silence. It's just, there's always, you're either singing or you're listening to someone preach a long sermon, and then you sing again, and then you stand around and you talk afterwards, and everyone goes home. But we went to Mass, and it struck us both like, wow, there are moments of like silence, contemplation.
Yeah.
And that was just a little thing that God used. And then, seeing people, I have Eucharist. I have a couple of notes written down here. One of the things is Eucharist, and this kind of brings me back to Ecuador. We would do, in a lot of most Protestant churches are this way today. You do communion or the Lord's table or the Lord's Supper once a month, or it could be twice a month. Could be once a quarter.
Yeah.
And we would do it once a month, the first Sunday of each month. And it was interesting. It's kind of the Protestant liturgy. You always read from 1 Corinthians chapter 11, talk about the warning if you take the Eucharist or the Lord's, the bread. I'll just read it. It says, whoever therefore eats bread or drinks the cup of the Lord in an unworthy manner will be guilty concerning the body and blood of the Lord. Let a person examine himself. This is why many of you are weak and ill, and some have died. And so I would remind the congregation of that every time we took communion, like, hey, think about it, examine yourself.
Yeah.
If you're in sin, you shouldn't be participating in this. If you're in sin, go reconcile yourself to the person you've sinned against, or get right with God. Examine yourself. And a lot of people would sit out, ironically. Some people, they never took communion, and you'd be like, what's going on? Get right with God.
Yeah.
And so I began looking at my own life and my own struggles, struggle with my temper, yell at my kids, yell at my wife, control freak. But yet the Bible says I'm a new creation. 2 Corinthians 5:17. If anyone is in Christ, he's a new creation. The old has gone, the new has come. But yet I'm looking at my own life, like, where are the fruits?
Yeah.
And I started to think, with the Eucharist, like, if you could take it in an unworthy manner and something bad could happen to you to the point of becoming ill or weak or even dying, as it says in the English Standard Version, then it must have some positive benefit if you take it in a worthy manner. And so I began to think that back when I was in Ecuador, like, why don't we do it more? Well, we probably don't do it more because we don't want to be like the Catholics, and we don't want people to trust too much in something like this that's only supposed to be a symbol in the Protestant church. Remember, in our Protestant circles, or like the Anabaptist, the Baptist church it's just a symbol. It doesn't mean anything else, just a symbol.
Right.
And so, but I'm like, well, if there are negative consequences if you take it in a bad way, there must be positive consequences if you take it in a good way. And so that's kind of how my mind works, and started to think on that. And then coming here, respecting the Catholic Church, I remember saying, if only we could have the Catholic liturgy in a Protestant church. Because I was like, I can't become Catholic.
Yeah.
But it's like, I love the worship.
Yeah.
But I could never I can't go back to the Catholic Church. But I love the order. I love the fact that they're quiet, contemplative times. I liked all that. My wife did as well. So began to, one church we attended, they were going through kind of a church split. It was a church we were associated with for a lot of years. Our mission board was going through a split over doctrine, and we just kind of felt displaced. Like, we were struggling too. We felt like failures coming back because we thought we're going to be missionaries for years.
Yeah.
And then we attended a church that supported us for years. Great people, great pastor, loving people. Little too far for us. We were looking for a youth group for our kids, so we found another church that had a youth group, and but it felt like something was lacking, and I didn't like how in my own heart that the doctrinal differences from Protestant church to Protestant church, I struggled with that, because without getting into the great details of the doctrinal differences, it's just like, why is that held so dear at that church, but this is the main issue in the other church? And it comes down to authority. And I guess that's what happens when you are your own personal authority, or you and your group are the own personal authority over Scripture. What happens is you might have a pet issue that's really important to you, whereas I have a pet issue that's really important to me, and sooner or later it's something we're going to split over.
Yeah.
And so, I'm not saying I was any better. I was just as bad. It was my way or the highway. I was very dogmatic in what I believed. And then to swallow my pride, and when we came home and have to go to another church that didn't believe quite like I believed, it made me see maybe something's not quite right.
Yeah.
Or sitting through, Sunday after Sunday in a Protestant church where you're doing a systematic study of scripture according to such and such, made me think, well, if our authority's scripture, why does it have to be this, the systematic theology of Dwight Pentecost or John MacArthur, or whoever my favorite
Yeah.
theologian is?
Yeah.
Because even it's ironic. Paul Teasdale, from the Master's Mission, the founder of the Master's Mission, way back when we were going through training to become missionaries, said that if your authority isn't Scripture and Scripture alone, you might as well just become Catholic. Because if you're going to trust a person, Catholic Church has more of a right than anyone else. So it's either authority alone, sola scriptura, or you might as well just become a Catholic. And so, I mean, he wasn't encouraging us to be Catholic. He was just showing us that, hey, the authority has to be Scripture and not, John MacArthur or whoever, Chuck Swindoll. But he was right. Yeah, when it came to authority.
Interesting. Hey, you're listening to the Spring Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio, talking to Kevin Deitering in his story from missionary to revert to his Catholic faith. Phone lines are open right now, 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. You can call now, make a pledge, make a one-time donation of any amount or a recurring donation. Any time of the month, any amount you want on a monthly basis, we can set that up for you. No problem. It can come from a credit card, debit card, or even a direct draft from your bank account. We can help you set that up. 888-287-0655, or do it yourself online at holyfamilyradio.fm. So we're now to the point where you're back home, and you've kind of gone to Mass a few times. You're kind of hopping around a bit, looking for a home, sort of, right?
Yeah.
So what's next?
So I told you, I said, boy, if only we could find a Protestant church that the liturgy is just like the Catholic Church, but it's just not Catholic. So, I'm looking for Reformed Evangelical, looking for Lutheran. Was it Missouri Synod? Because not all Lutherans are like
the same.
So like Missouri Synod. And my wife was like, I don't want to go to church in Toledo or Fort Wayne and put my kids through that. And so it was the summer of 2019. I've just kind of felt disenchanted, I guess, with finding the perfect Protestant church. And I just like, we're going to go to Mass with Mom. I don't know what this is going to lead to, but we're going to go to Mass with Mom. And so started going to Mass with Mom. Monsignor Singler was here, and backing up 2017, we got here. He became pastor at New Cleveland in 2017 in July, and we got here a little bit before him. And I remember bumping into him at a baseball game, talking to him, and already feeling like I want to talk to somebody about this. And we built a good relationship over the course of the next few years. He'd answer our questions. But yeah, finally in the summer of 2019, we decided we're going to go to the Catholic Church. We're going to attend it. We'll go up. We talked to Monsignor. Could you give us a blessing at least? Or like, can we go up? Can you bless us? Because I don't want to sit there. Just sit there in the pew, you kind of feel awkward.
You feel conspicuous,
right?
Yeah.
And for week after week, and he was very gracious about it. Yeah, of course. So we'd go up and at least we'd get a blessing. So we felt like we agree with so much, but we don't agree with everything. But we want to show respect for the Catholic Church by going up and at least getting a blessing. And we don't look like so conspicuous sitting there, while everyone else is going up. I love to read, so I mean, I've always respected a lot of St. Augustine, Confessions of St. Augustine. I read that back when I was a young Protestant evangelical, just great testimony, great story. Before we came home, I started to study seminary from Knox Theological Seminary, which is a mainline Presbyterian Reformed seminary. And I was studying classical Christian studies, so studying the classics, basically Western Civ thought and Christian philosophy, Western thought and philosophy, beginning with Plato and going all the way through, modern philosophers, and reading the Church Fathers and how Catholic they seemed in the way they expressed themselves, and reading, going through the canon of the great Western works like some of the great Catholics and great Orthodox writers, like reading the Russian, Dostoevsky and people like that, and seeing that the Christian world was a lot more than my evangelical Protestant flavor of the day, which was John MacArthur or Douglas Wilson or whoever that conservative might have been.
Yeah.
It was a lot more broad than that.
Yeah.
It was a lot more broad than that. And so God used that a lot in my life too, to read the Bible more, to not necessarily from a wooden historical grammatical point of view, but even allegory is okay, as long as it's not creating a heresy. Allegorizing the Bible, like a lot of the early church fathers and a lot of the saints after that, that's not bad, because we didn't do that. We didn't believe in that. We thought that was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So we had a very, very stiff black and white way of reading God's word for years.
Right.
And as in that program, I began to, I guess, see that Scripture could be read in a different way, not just that way. So ironically, I found out later that the head of the program at Knox, his name was Stephen Jeck, I believe, he became Catholic as well. And Knox allowed him to stay there to serve in that program because it wasn't dealing necessarily with theology.
Mm.
And then I saw him on the Coming Home Network.
Oh yeah.
After he actually passed away a couple years ago. But yeah, that was ironic. So finished that degree, classical Christian studies, and 2019 we're attending Mass with Mom, and my wife is reading more and more. Versus Flannery O'Connor, who, if anyone knows Flannery O'Connor, it's a woman, first of all, and her books are very off the wall, shocking, but very Catholic, and my wife loved that. Thomas Merton, my wife read a book on Thomas Merton, and just if you're familiar with him, just a fascinating testimony.
Mm-hmm.
Thomas Merton and his life. So met with Al Cresta, who we have on EWTN.
Yeah.
One of those guys. I listened to him a lot. I knew his testimony, that he was a Presbyterian pastor at one time and then became Catholic. And on a whim, I wrote him, sent him an email, told him my story, that we weren't Catholic. We were considering it. Would he be willing to meet with us? So he and his wife, Sally, met with us up in Ann Arbor at some Italian restaurant. This was before COVID, I believe. And just picked his brain and talked to him. We probably sat for about 3 hours and talked about his journey. And so God put a lot of people like that in our lives.
Mm-hmm.
And Bishop Robert Barron, who I probably heard on Word on Fire on the radio station on a weekend.
Yeah.
Different people like that from the radio station, God used, I think, to move us along more on the journey.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. It's a good testimony for Catholic radio.
Yeah,
right
there you go.
I tell you,
So, some things you're like, I don't agree with that, or that's strange. It wasn't all positive, but there was enough of the good, what I could relate to, that God used to pull us in, as well.
Yeah, that's pretty incredible. That Al's a pretty busy guy, and to be, because he writes books, he speaks, he, does the radio every day, 2 hours worth. And he's such a well-read, well-rounded sort of person who knows so much,
Right.
would invest that amount of time. That I did not know that part of your story.
Yeah. Yeah. It was on a whim. And now I look back like, why did he do that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So God definitely used that.
Yeah.
My wife read Scott Hahn's book. I can't remember what it's called, but it's the one that has all the testimonies, including El Cresta's. Scott.
We gave a couple of books. Surprised by Truth is one of them, which is a collection.
I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
So she read that, and a lot of those stories were so similar to us. I didn't read as many of the stories. My journey was a little bit different for me. I mean, she needed to read it and see people who went through a similar background to us. Mine was more just trying to keep my head above water, working through doctrines that I had taught against.
Yeah.
Transubstantiation.
Yeah.
I believe that the Eucharist was, or the elements were symbolic and nothing else.
Right.
Marian doctrines and things like that. I had to go a long ways on that. And so my journey is a little bit different, but there was so much there that I did respect and love from the Catholic Church. Like I said, the Mass, the liturgy. Right away when we came home, I found an app doing the Liturgy of the Hours, because I felt like, as a Protestant, it's not like necessarily taught, or at least I was never necessarily taught this, but that praying written prayers isn't quite as good and spiritual as praying extemporaneously or led by the Spirit.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was like, I can't, I don't have the words. I'm tired. I'm depressed.
Yeah.
I started praying the Liturgy of the Hours, which is a lot of the Psalms, different scripture, and sometimes a spiritual reading from an early church father, some saint throughout the ages. And so I was participating in like the devotional life of the Catholic Church, even though I still wasn't there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but you made it there, didn't you?
Made it there. Yeah. I have a quote here. I remember my wife loves G.K. Chesterton, and she gave me this quote where Chesterton says, "The Catholic Church is the only thing which saves a man from the degrading slavery of being a child of his age." And I felt like for years I battled in Protestantism this movement to move on to the latest, greatest thing, the mega church movement. The prayer of Jabez, pray this prayer and you'll be successful.
Yeah.
Prosperity gospel, female pastors, the music wars between the more conservative music and the contemporary music, and church splits and things like that. And it just, within the Catholic Church, I found that I can't find anything less hip
Yeah.
and cool,
Yeah.
that is counter world, counter culture.
Mm-hmm.
They're not, at least in our area, we're not finding churches where they're trying to entertain people.
Yeah.
What I like too is it wasn't necessarily a personality cult or dependent on how well the pastor preached,
Mm-hmm.
because the centerpiece in the Protestant service is how good does the pastor preach? Do I agree with it? Is it biblical?
Yeah.
Whereas the centerpiece of Mass is the Eucharist.
Mm-hmm.
And so it went from being man-focused to focused, I felt, more on Christ.
Mm-hmm.
And so, long story short, it's already been a long story, but 2000 and COVID hit 2020, and the world is stopped, and you have to stay home. I want to pray. I want to worship. I don't have the words anymore. We got more involved and even started to pray the rosary at that point, trusting, finally understanding kind of uncomfortable at the time, but we're not praying to her as if she's a god. We are asking her for intercession
Mm-hmm.
and understanding that, those little things along the way, seeing your child really sick or really struggling and wanting to pray, but not having the words
Mm-hmm.
to pray on your own, and praying a rosary or praying the Divine Mercy Chaplet, or all these tools that are accessible to you in the Catholic Church. And I've said a couple times that returning to the Catholic Church it's like going up to your attic and finding an old treasure chest that's all dusty, that you've kicked around, that you've walked around, that you've never even bothered to look into. Then you finally look into it and you're like, whoa, look at this.
Yeah. Yeah.
I could use this. Look how cool that is.
Right.
Look how helpful that is. And it was there the whole time.
Yeah.
I just ignored it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's what returning to the Catholic Church has been for me.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's a beautiful analogy, really. It's this idea of something it's already been there. It's always been there the entire time. You just
Yeah.
never bothered to check it out, or just didn't want to
Right.
for whatever reason.
Yeah. And I think talking to people like Al Cresta was helpful, because his situation is exactly the same. Raised Catholic, is a nominal thing though, has a awakening in college, loves the Lord, and even speaks fondly of it too to this day, which I think is important for us too, that, we don't despise what we did in those years in Ecuador or as Protestant evangelicals,
Yeah.
but this is the journey that God has had for us,
Mm-hmm.
and we're happy.
Yeah.
We're happy we made it.
Yeah. I've heard that many times, that many Protestants who come to the Catholic Church don't necessarily have ill feelings towards where they were before, because that was formative in many ways, right? It's like it's a
Yeah.
part of what made me and brought me to where I'm at
Right.
in many ways. So
Yeah. And there are a lot of things like the appreciation for God's word. I wish we could encourage that more,
yeah. Mhm.
because unfortunately there are a lot of people who are fairly illiterate when it comes to the Bible, even though they
Yes.
hear it
Yeah.
every Sunday
That's right.
at Mass.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So in 2020, we decided we're going to do it. We're going to return to the Catholic Church. And so for me, it was a different process, just because I was Catholic. We had to do some different things,
Yeah.
or I had to do some different things as a returning Catholic. And then it's about the 1 year anniversary, or 1 year, 2-week anniversary of when my wife and family joined the Catholic Church in the Easter Vigil of 2021. It's a beautiful, beautiful night,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. It's amazing. Welcome home. Right?
Good to be home.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. So I can imagine what that was like for your mom.
Yeah.
I mean,
She was very happy, but in a quiet sort of way.
yeah.
I think she's seen a lot in her life, and she loves all of us siblings. She loved us when we were out of the church, and she loves us in the church. But
Yeah.
I'm so grateful that we can share this with her. Coming home in 2017 and going out to the cemetery that's right next to the church and seeing Tom Dietering. And I remember thinking, man, I don't want to become Catholic, but I want to be buried here. That connection to home and to
Sure.
church,
Yeah.
and just the dad. I wouldn't say I was opposing him putting the station up, but I definitely wasn't enthusiastic. And I'd patiently listen to them,
Mm-hmm.
talk about it. And I did respect Dad for his drive and
Yeah.
desire. And he's in his 70s and he's doing this.
Mm.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
And then to think that here I am all these years later, in sort of a fruit of his labor. I mean, it wasn't the station alone, but the station played a huge role in it,
Mm-hmm.
a huge role.
Yeah.
So mom's happy. I'm glad that we could share these things with her now.
Yeah.
You know, we're go to mass with her, and just the liturgical seasons we love,
Mm-hmm.
and the built-in fasting with Lent, and then the built-in feasts that we have, and
Yeah.
where the church is like, it's okay, loosen up, and
Right.
enjoy this day.
Yeah.
We just love it,
Yeah.
and that we're able to share that with Mom.
Cool. That's so cool. So we need to wrap up now. So what would you say to somebody who's outside the church now and kind of maybe on a journey? What would you kind of like to share with them if you could, talk to them right now?
I would say go to mass. I would say participate in what you can participate in the mass. I would say you don't trust maybe all the negative things you've heard about the Catholic Church. And there are plenty of things there are negative things about the Catholic Church.
Mm-hmm.
The scandal,
Mm-hmm.
there are plenty of bad things,
Yes.
but you'll never find a perfect church. The Catholic Church has so many tools available to you to grow in your personal relationship with Jesus Christ. So many different tools that maybe one thing doesn't work for you, but maybe something else would. In my case, is the Liturgy of the Hours and,
Mhm.
and things like that. But I would say consider it, look into it. I love John Henry Newman. John Henry Newman was an Anglican bishop who left the Anglican Church in the mid 1800s or early 1800s and became Catholic, and it was scandalizing. But he said I guess a paraphrase was to know history and growing your knowledge of histories to become Catholic. And I would just challenge anybody who was like me, look into it, look at the history,
Mm-hmm.
look at a well-rounded view of the history though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I'm so happy we did it. And I think there will be costs if you do decide. There will be costs. People won't understand. People might think you're losing your salvation, might think you're a heretic or whatever, but you need to follow Christ in what you feel he wants you to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you.
Thanks for giving me this time.
Yeah. Thank you for coming in and sharing your story with our audience. It's a wonderful journey. Everyone is in a different place. We've walked a different path, but ultimately we're here to serve the Lord, and how we come about doing that is our own. I like to preach in my homilies that we all are here to take a next step, and that next step is different for everybody.
Yeah.
And so I invite those who are out there, consider what your next step is, and consider the Catholic Church in that. So, any final things that we didn't touch on yet that you'd like to share? Something that's popped into your mind that we ought to, record for posterity purposes. Give you the last word.
I just want to thank my mom, who might be listening, for entering this journey with Dad and starting the station up all those years ago, and riding with him in his truck to look at different things and antennas and so forth, and thank the people in this community who believed in my dad. My dad isn't from this part of Putnam County. He's originally from Otterville. Mom's from Lima. And I think growing up, you kind of felt that, you're from a small town, small area, and maybe you don't have many cousins in this area, and Dad found a group of men who believed in him, who came alongside of him and helped him start this station. And I want to thank those guys who are listening, men and women who are listening, for doing that. And, for parents grandparents, if your children have left the faith, or if they've left the Catholic Church, or if the church altogether, pray for them. Pray for them. Love them. Be patient. And God understands. He understands what you're going through, and trust him with it. And just love your kids. Just love your kids.
Yeah.
And hopefully it'll work out. Things don't always work out the way we would like them to work out, but God's in control.
Right.
So we need to remember that.
Yeah. Well, amen. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate your time today. It was fruitful for me. I hope it was fruitful for you. And if you feel so inclined, I invite you to please consider offering your best gift today to Holy Family Radio by calling 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. You can donate online at holyfamilyradio.fm, holyfamilyradio.fm. So we're going to take a break, and we will be back here shortly with our next guest. So you're listening to the Spring Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio. And welcome back to the Spring Spirit Drive. Hey, this is Deacon Jeff Compton live in the studio today. It's now an hour or two, or actually about 2 hours into the second day of our Spring Spirit Drive. We've had some activity here in the studio in terms of donations. We did receive a phone call and a generous donation from Susan and Dow Campbell from St. Michael's over in Findlay. Thank you so much for that donation. Appreciate it so much. And then we did get an online donation, a very generous donation, an apostle, in fact. An apostle is someone who's donated at least $1,000, either one time or accumulated over a recurring monthly donation. And so that is fantastic. Why don't you ring the bell for that, Jim? Why don't you ring that bell? There we go. Ringing that bell. Thank you so much. We are off to a pretty darn good start here this morning on Holy Family Radio. Hopefully you enjoyed that interview with Kevin Deidering. I recorded that on Tuesday, the day before we started the Spring Spirit Drive, and it lasted longer than a normal interview. It was about an hour and 15 in length, but I think it was certainly well worth that time. It's a great story, and a story I think that resonates with a lot of people, doesn't it, Jim?
Yes, it does. I could relate to it. My family has fallen away from the faith. I'm the only one in my family still practicing the faith. So that's just right up my alley.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just reading some of the comments on Facebook, mostly from our friend Lincoln.
Yeah.
This is incredible. Holy smokes, the best interview of the last 12 years. This is incredible. I think we have a young earth creationist, geocentrist, and heresy of Scripture Catholic, deep in history. Marianne's heart must be melting with love. Jeff, this is unreal. This is a genesis of an ongoing show. This is huge. Ad Orientem. I pray this is being recorded, and of course you already informed him
that's
of
right.
that. And he went on to say Mother Angelica would have done everything she did if only to help one soul. Kevin is the exact person Mother Angelica had in mind. Amazing. Off the charts. So happy for his wife and kids, etc., and generations to come. I was stumbling around this morning, getting coffee, logging into work, and then I clicked on live feed for Holy Family on Facebook, and I am like, what? Pull off my headset from the WebEx demo, and I am on and crank up the interview with Kevin. This is just extraordinary, to put it lightly. It's just incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's a story. It's a story made for Catholic radio.
And this is something I could just relate to because I'm going through that same valley Kevin went through.
Yeah.
And I'm still going through that valley today.
Yeah. Yep. And we're all called to carry a cross. We're all called to, share in the sufferings of Christ. And we always have that promise of the resurrection. The passion and death of Jesus, the resurrection just celebrated. We're here in the octave of Easter. There is joy. There is eternal joy.
Yes.
And so we thank Kevin. We thank you for joining us here this morning again for day number 2. It is a lot of fun to kind of be here in the studio for sure.
We're family here.
You
and Marianne and Kim, who I'll be here at the station shortly.
Yeah.
She'll be sitting in this seat, I'm sure.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Her usual seat. Yep, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
But now is your time to call 888-287-0655. It's 888-287-0655. I want to thank you for listening to us wherever you might be, driving in the car, somewhere close by or even far away, listening on our mobile app, the audio stream, or by our live feed here on Facebook Live, on YouTube, on our website, or in the mobile app itself. Make sure you download that mobile app. You can carry us with us everywhere. You can listen to the Bishop's Corner program on the podcast at any time. I'll be posting that latest episode sometime later today to the podcast. You'll be able to get that off of the mobile app and listen to that at any time. And listen, and there's headlines. You can give us feedback on our mobile app. Lots of different things you can do there. So I encourage you to check that out in the Google Play Store or your Apple App Store. So 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. That is the number to call to make your donation today. And we need your help. We've got a long way to go. We have some ground to cover in terms of being able to reach our goal, be able to help fund us for another year of broadcasting. I'd hate to have to come back in the fall and ask again, simply because, while we do have some great interviews every once in a while, you don't want to listen to Kim and Jim and I at any length of time, because we're not professionals, but we do the best we can because we're
That's
serving
right.
Christ in all the things that we do. So 888-287-0655. We'll go to a break, and when we come back, we'll be talking to a couple of guests who will be talking about homeschooling, Catholic homeschooling, and the different options and all of the things that you might want to consider when choosing to homeschool your children in today's world. So this is Deacon Jeff Compton, the Spring Spirit Drive 2022. We'll come back after this break with our next guest.
I'll get out of the way for that.
And we are back here at Holy Family Radio, the Spring Spirit Drive. It is the 2022 edition. It's day 2. And we need your help to keep Catholic Radio live and growing and going. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. It has been a good start to today. I have a couple more donations to announce. We got a online credit card donation from a parishioner at St. Peter and Paul. Thank you so much for that. And then also we received a donation over the evening to go towards our new studio. So when you call and make your donation, you can decide if you want to allocate that particular donation for a particular purpose, which might be our new studio, the Fostoria station, or just in general for the Spring Spirit Drive. So that's completely up to you. And so someone has taken advantage of that option, and we appreciate that so much. 888-287-0655. That's the phone number to call. You can also go to our website, holyfamilyradio.fm, holyfamilyradio.fm. All right, now it's time now to go to our next guests. Since we have multiple guests in the studio this morning, I'd like to first introduce and talk about, we're talking about homeschooling, and Catholic homeschooling in particular is what I'd like to talk about today. And in the studio, I have someone who's familiar to me and maybe perhaps to some of our listeners and viewers out there who are joining us by live stream. Cindy Check is a longtime homeschooler. I'd like you to give a little bit about who you are and how long you've been homeschooling, and kind of introduce our other guests here today.
Okay. So my name is Cindy Check. I attend St. Peter and Paul Parish in Ottawa. We've been homeschooling for about 18 or 19 years. Didn't really intend to do it more than probably second grade was the original plan. And then God just kind of kept calling us to another year. So it blossomed into a way of life for us. So very excited to be here.
Okay. And so let me ask you, how about what made you make the decision to homeschool initially in the first place?
That's a great question, because at least for my reason, it's probably not what most people expect to hear. So I have a master's in education, and we lived in Toledo at the time. And I was pregnant and working at St. Joe's in Sylvania, wonderful Catholic school. And we were looking at paying for childcare. And every dime pretty much I made at the school would have paid for childcare. So that kind of got me in the stay-at-home mom world. And then as our son approached school age, I really missed education. And to me, it kind of seemed like the perfect teaching gig, because I could do whatever I wanted. I could go on any field trip I wanted to. I didn't really have to answer to people. I could do all the fun things that they taught me in my program. And I didn't have to worry about funding except for my own personal budget. So that's what got me started. A neighbor had talked about it, and I thought, that sounds really fun. So that's what got me started into homeschooling.
Okay. So who else do we have here in the studio to kind of talk about homeschooling?
So next to me is Darcy.
My name is Darcy Smith. My husband, Morgan, and I are from Findlay, Ohio. We are members of St. Michael the Archangel Parish. We have also been homeschooling for about 18 years since our oldest started school. And I guess to answer the same question, how did we get started? It was actually not something we had planned to do at all. I was even, I guess you could say, maybe a little anti-homeschooling. When I was in college, I had to do a debate on homeschooling, and I was given the pro side of it. And I will never forget, I attended Franciscan University, and I was so mad I was given the pro side. I thought, there is nothing positive to this. And years later, my friends, teammates still razzed me about that. But anyway, a couple of years before our oldest was about to start school, my husband and I were sitting watching TV, and he just kind of threw out, "Did you ever think of homeschooling?" Just out of the blue. I will never forget that moment. And I was eating ice cream, and I almost just like choked on my ice cream. I thought, no, I've never thought about it. And then that just kind of started a conversation, and we had probably a couple more years before he would start school. But in that time, we mentioned it a couple times. And then when it was time, we were like, all right, let's give it a try. And it was for us, again, a year by year. We'll see how this goes, reevaluate every year, and we've been homeschooling ever since.
So it was it was not expected, but
No.
it's turned into a blessing that every year it's not probably been not much of a question. Like, I'm going to do this,
Absolutely.
continue.
Absolutely. We have been fully on board with continuing every year.
Very good. All right. So now we're going to pass around to our next guest. We have 3 here in studio. And let me get the guest cam over here. There we go. There you are. You are?
Hello, Deacon Jeff. My name is Cheryl Westrick. My husband Richard and I are homeschoolers from, we live in the New Bavaria area, southern Henry County. And we are parishioners at St. Michael's Ukrainian Catholic Church, which is a Byzantine parish in Rossford, the Toledo area.
Okay.
We've been homeschooling for it's 20-some years, 22, 23 years. And like Darcy, and I think like Cindy, we did not make a commitment long term. It wasn't anything we ever wanted necessarily to, it wasn't the vision that maybe we had for our family. Of course, we didn't really plan on having 14 kids either, but God has blessed us. So he also has blessed us with each year being able to continue to homeschool. Our oldest went to school for a couple of years, had some learning disability issues, wasn't progressing as well as we had hoped for him, and we knew he was going to need some extra support. So my husband decided to sign me up for a homeschool online thing. That was back in the days, before Facebook and social media and stuff. That was like, we had the big dinosaur computers, and there were only a couple of places. There was a Catholic City with Bud McFarland ran it for a while. I don't know if you guys ever experienced that. They had a little chat room for homeschoolers, and so my husband signed me up for that. And then we just caught the bug. We give it a shot, and it's a blessing. I mean, if you like your kids, you will like being around them. It's not like, I can't, you see some of the commercials on TV where they joke about, I can't wait for school to go back in session, and I know that it's just a joke, but if you genuinely like to be around your kids, homeschooling it's a beautiful option.
Mm-hmm. Were there, because I'd say that you're progressed to a point where some of your children are out of school, right? Mm-hmm. So has there ever been a time where you thought that you would not be able to give them everything that they needed to be able to be successful?
Absolutely. I know for us, we started and we thought we'd do K through 2. And then each year was another year, like everybody else. And then we got to 8th grade, and my husband was not on board when we first started homeschooling. He needed a little convincing. And so we did 5-year-old kindergarten just to see what we thought, because he could go as a 6-year-old if it didn't go well. And for us, the big cross in the roads was the end of 8th grade year, because by then it had become a family lifestyle. And nobody asks to see really your K through 8 records, for their future adult life. So when we got to our first going to be high schooler, my husband and I both have a sarcastic sense of humor, and we both said, okay, now we're really messing them up. Are we going to do this? Because we're really messing them up for real. And joking, but also a real fear, are they going to get into college? Are they going to have scholarship opportunities? Are they going to be able to find their path? Not having some of the school things that maybe the school offers to them. And that was, for our family, way harder than the kindergarten decision, was the high school decision, and whether or not we continued at that point. Because then we knew our kids also, their childhood really would be unlike most of their peers when they went to college, if they chose that route. So we had a lot of doubt at that point. And then in high school, I struggled with it, especially with our first.
So it sounds like, except for your son, there really wasn't any real public school experience for your children. The decision to do this, was it generated by the fact that you did not believe that the public education system could do as effective a job, or they would not provide the kind of, I guess, faith-based education that you thought you could provide?
Yeah, I would agree with that. For our family, we've had a sign hanging in our schoolroom. We have a den in our room in our house that's our dedicated homeschool room, which you certainly don't need. You can do it at the kitchen table or where couch. People prefer the couch, I think. But we've had a sign in our homeschool room for years. It says "Heaven, not Harvard," and that really is the motto of our homeschool. You know, the schools can get them into Harvard, but we want them into heaven, and that's our goal. If they never go to Harvard, if they never go to Northwest State, if they never go to any secondary education option, that's okay. You know, heaven is our goal, and that's squarely where we lay our goals with our kids. We don't pressure them for college, although, you know, I've got 7 that are graduated. 3 of them are college graduates, and 4 of them are not currently. So, you know, we encourage them to do what God has led them to do, what God puts on their heart to do. And ultimately, rather you homeschool, rather you public school, rather you private school, I think that all parents would agree that that really is the goal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, my answer is similar. I think academically, kind of to touch on, you know, what Cindy had said, there were aspects academically that maybe I was concerned that I wouldn't be able to fulfill at home. A lot of little holes and pieces. And actually, the more I homeschooled in those early years, the more I worried I got a little bit, because in those early years, I would go to homeschool conferences and things, and you would see all of this new curriculum and new things out. And I thought, oh, I didn't teach that last year. Or that book is really great, and it has XYZ in it. And so maybe there was a little doubt that academically I wasn't going to fill the shoes of a traditional school, but in hindsight, we have. But on the other side of it, it's very similar to what Cheryl said. Just knowing that we could spend whatever amount of time in the day that we wanted to, we could stop and talk about anything we needed to talk about, maybe even, you know, I say, God forbid, forego math for the day because we're going to spend some extra time talking about a certain topic in religion that came up, or something in the church or something. And just being around each other. We also have a big family of 11 kids, and so we're kind of our own little community in the house, and there were a lot of conversations that would take place and a lot of things that that I've just loved over the years. And I have told people that there have been a lot of really hard days. I'll never sugarcoat that, but I would redo it any day. And I also tell people, I think I know my children so much better than I ever would have had I sent them to traditional school. Just because even in that downtime during the day, you know, whenever I know their tendencies. I know the things that they like to talk about. I mean, I'm with them all day long. And it's been great, and it's been a blessing. And, you know, I don't know, maybe they disagree, but but I think overall things have been great. And the goal for heaven, not Harvard, has definitely been a good, you know, motto to follow.
Right. Yeah, it leads me to a question then. When it comes to teaching, do you teach to a particular state standard? You know, when you talk about curriculums and things that you need to, I guess, fulfill. I don't know how that works with evaluating their progress through to some sort of standard. Is there one? Do you teach to one, or is it kind of up to you totally?
So when I first started homeschooling, the Ohio Department of Education has the standards lists on their website. So because we were looking at K first and second, you know, we did look at the standards a lot. Printed them all off. I had a binder and everything. And the more that we made it a lifestyle, and I knew the kids would not be going into the school, the more I realized it doesn't matter if I teach. I mean, I know cursive is not on their list anymore. It's on mine. So my current 6th grader, we still haven't done her cursive. I don't know why. It just, life happens, and sometimes, but it's okay. She's going to learn cursive. Do you know what I mean? Like, she's not behind. She'll learn her. I want her to know how to read cursive, and that type of and be able to sign name and stuff like that. So as far as from the state of Ohio, no, there are not. There's not specific standards that you have to fulfill. High school is a little bit different. depending on the route you want to take. It's not necessarily that the state of Ohio puts graduation requirements on you, but if your child has goals to go to trade school, to your college, for your college, those colleges have application standards that you want to make sure that you're meeting. So for myself, we do not enroll with any Catholic school online. So our diploma is our own. It is recognized in the state of Ohio, just like any other accredited school. But we make sure that all of our kids are college track minded. So that way they have all the options open to them if they want to go into the workforce, if they want to go to trade school, if they want to go to college. They follow a very similar track to the kids in the high school, but 4 years of history might not be the exact same history classes that they're really taking in the schools. Ours might be more focused on Catholic history, or something like that. But the state of Ohio, does not give us a set of curriculum objectives like the school receive. You're welcome to follow them if you want to, but it's not required or oversawn by anybody.
Okay. So a question that makes me think about is the resources. You're going to need materials. You're going to need these resources. What options do you have in terms of resources, and is it and in terms of cost too? Because it's probably, when you think about paying tuition, right? How does that compare? Who wants to answer that particular one?
I don't know dollar amount necessarily how it would compare, because I've not really researched tuitions because I haven't had to. But in terms of what is out there, there's a whole host of options you have. So you can make up your own curriculum. You buy your own books and do whatever you want. You can do a little bit of both. You can kind of follow an online program and then also dabble in some of your own books. You can, and Cheryl can touch on this more, you can fully enroll in a program where they kind of oversee, they give you your material, like what you need to do and kind of the layout. You can even get transcripts and diplomas from these accredited programs. You can do, I had mentioned before, like there are things that are online. They're not necessarily accredited, but you can go through them and take online classes and all sorts. I mean, there's just kind of whatever you want to do, whatever your teaching style is, whatever your children's learning style is. You can do live online classes where the kids will actually sit in on a class, recorded classes. There's just a bunch of things. I've never enrolled my kids. I've always done, early on, I just put my own curriculum together based on books that I really like. Now I'm kind of set in what I have found that works for me and my kids. But as they get into high school, they start doing some more stuff online, not an accredited program, but something that just kind of gives them a guide and an outline for certain daily assignments for some of the subjects, and other ones, yes, and then other ones we do on our own. My kids in high school are very heavily involved in what's called, they take College Credit Plus courses. That is something that, oh goodness, I want to say 7 or 8 years ago, the state of Ohio started to allow homeschool students to participate in not only extracurricular activities with public schools, but also in post-secondary credits. And so we've taken good advantage of that over the last several years. I have 3 that are currently in college, 1 that is going in the fall, and they will all be able to graduate. 1 is graduating now in a couple weeks, in 3 years, because of the College Credit Plus courses that they took. So a lot of their high school is heavily geared towards those. They take them at Owens Community College, but they can be taken at any college. So that is another option for, technically I guess it starts in 7th grade. My kids, it could start in 7th grade. Mine don't start till high school age, but that is another option for schooling, which we take advantage of.
Mm-hmm.
In our family, we do whatever we want to do in K through 8. Then freshman year, we get a little more serious. And then our sophomore year, we fully enroll in Seton Home Study, which is a Catholic program. So we pay, I'll throw out a number. It's about $700 a year, but that does include all of your books. Those books are non-consumable for the most part. So the next time that you enroll a student in that level, they will subtract the cost of the books. So it actually gets cheaper. So as the time goes on, my original students were about $700 a year in Seton, but now we're into our 4th or 5th student that's in high school going through Seton. And now it might cost us $300 or $400 a year for, and then they take their tests and we send them in. They're graded by the Seton graders and the teachers, and they've got their own guidance counselors and everything there. So there's several different tracks. If you want to go to a college, you can go on the IP or the fast track towards college, the higher credits.
Okay.
They're weighted, or you can just get a general diploma. Either way, it is an accredited diploma. We have found for our family personally that it's a lot easier to enroll in college with that. Some colleges, let me say that, not all colleges. Most colleges are fine with your homeschool diploma. We did run into one that was an issue. So the accredited diploma is just a lot. The transcript is just really easy to hand over, and so we've gone that route. And I also like that I have someone else making sure that the kids are pushing themselves and learning that mom's not always going to be there for you. So you have to be a little more self-directed at some point in your life. And my kids are nailing that. And that is in part because they're handed their year and they just have to manage their own time. So it's a very worthwhile way of going. It's not the only way to go, but it's the way that we've gone.
Sure.
Works well for our students.
Sure.
And in the younger grades, I just wanted to add, because when we talked about cost, we talked a lot more about high school. Like, especially, you can homeschool for free.
Absolutely.
Yeah, right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and you can
Right.
homeschool for free. Not that you can't homeschool high school for free. I'm sure you can. It's just really hard to get. I mean, like, there's dissection kits, and there's bigger books, or enrollment or whatever. But yeah, K through 8, you definitely can. There's so many resources out there. So when you ask the question about curriculum,
Yeah.
We all kind of chuckled, because that's kind of like asking an accountant, like, so how do you do your books? It's a huge question. Like, you know what I mean? It's like this, it's almost endless out there. So, but if someone is interested, you really can do it for minimal cost or no cost. So yeah, I just wanted to add that in.
Yeah. Great. We're talking to a group of homeschooling moms here, talking about Catholic homeschooling, and we'll continue with the interview here in a second, but I want to remind everybody that right now we're asking for your support to keep Catholic radio going and growing. So call 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. We have volunteers in the office ready to take your phone call, take your pledges. You can also go online to holyfamilyradio.fm, holyfamilyradio.fm. You can make your pledge or donation there. So one of the questions that I kind of think about when I think about homeschooling is, and it's kind of a loaded question in a sense, is because we don't all have typical days, do we? But what is a typical day like in terms of running your homeschool?
Well, you're looking at me, so I guess I'll start that off. I usually get up first. I drink my pot of coffee, and then I'm ready to roll. So I do school with my younger kids, my 3 elementary age kids. I do school with them every day of the week. We do our phonics, our math, history, science, social studies. I have 3 middle school type age kids, and those guys I grade once a week with them, and I reassign them once a week. So on Tuesdays, they come into the schoolroom. We'll spend a couple of hours going over what they did the last week, grade our papers all together. And I would say they're not all in the same grade, but my motto here on that is, if you learn about Johnny Appleseed once in your lifetime, you've nailed it. So I don't care what grade you're actually in when you learn it. So we cycle through our history. We cycle through our social studies. Some kids will get it when they're in 3rd grade. Some will get them when they're 6th grade, but they will get it all before they get to high school. So the middle kids have once a week where they're in the schoolroom. And my high schoolers, they're enrolled in Seton. So they're usually at the kitchen table, the couch, wherever. Usually at the kitchen table, they have quite a bit to spread out. So
Right.
they're kind of on their own. I get together with them once or twice a quarter to go over the parent graded stuff and to get their things ready to go into Seton. And that's really as much as it is. That's a day for us. We start out about 8:00 in the morning. By 11:30, we're putting leftovers in the oven, have lunch, and if it's a good day or a bad day, depending on who you are, we may go back to school after lunch, depending on where we're at on that. So,
Yeah.
And that's just really typical for us, day after day after day.
Okay.
Our day starts same thing. I get up. About 5:00 in the morning, but that says I do some stuff in the morning before I exercise, and I go to mass 6:45 in the morning. Come back. By the time I get home, the kids should be up and moving around and doing their stuff. The ultimate goal is 8:00. We're all seated on the couch, breakfast eaten, everything done. 8:00, we pray family rosary. We've done this for years in the morning. It's not always perfect. Sometimes kids are falling asleep because they're still tired. But my husband has been able to do that with us because he wasn't going to work. Well, we used to do it a little bit earlier before he left, and then his start time got pushed back a little bit. So up until just recently, he's been able to do that with us every morning, which has been great time with Dad. And then Dad leaves, and I finish. I do a couple stuff. We'll do like readings of the day, saint of the day, things like that with everybody, big kids too. Then little by little, they get dismissed to go start their stuff. The younger ones stay with me. We do a couple of other little religion-based things. But by 9:00, we get started with bookwork. Similar to Cheryl, I'm with the younger kids, 5th, 6th grade down, doing whatever workbooks they might have, their math, their science, social studies, spelling, writing, things like that. My middle school kids have an online guide that they use that has a breakdown for them, a subject by subject. And so they do their work, and then they bring it to me to get checked, whatever needs to get checked. And then the high schoolers, like I mentioned before, they do a lot of Owen stuff. So they're either gone at class because they'll either go in person or they'll do it online. If they do it online, they'll disappear somewhere in the house to have some quiet time and get that done throughout the morning. Similar to Cheryl's high schoolers, they're on their own. I don't keep many tabs on them. Every once in a while, I'll just kind of say, how are you doing? I can log into their college account and see their grades. But they're pretty much on their own. And then the younger ones, we're done by lunch. And we eat lunch and, like Cheryl said, maybe we'll go back to school after. If you've been goofing off most of the morning and haven't gotten your stuff done, then you have to go back to school afterwards. But that's in their hands, and they can be done by lunchtime. And that's pretty much it. And then I'll touch back on this later, but after lunch, my kids are involved in public school activities. So then they kind of feed out to the different things that they do. And I can talk more about that later if you want.
Okay. How about you, Cindy?
Oh, I should have thought about this. Okay, because I'm the one that probably going to make most people uncomfortable.
No.
We're more relaxed homeschoolers. We don't really have a set schedule. We never have. Every time I try it, it drives me batty, and I am a grouchy person, and everybody's unhappy. So we do not. I can't give you an answer like that, which is you asked earlier about causing doubts and things like that. So as a person who doesn't do things that way, it can kind of cause doubts, in that sort of thing. But I can tell you more like what the types of things the kids are involved in, rather than because a schedule it just has never really fit for us, or I do really good for 3 days and then we peter out. So the older I get, the more I try to just accept that, because I don't feel like I don't feel like God's calling us to stop homeschooling because we don't keep like a really good schedule. So we do some online classes through Homeschool Connections, which advertises on WJTA. We've done recorded, so the kids can go through the course list. They have like 900 courses, and they pick out things they're interested in. So we had a third grader. No, she was fourth grade. She did Spanish. She thought it was very fun. We had another son who did American Sign Language. Loved it so much. He's taken 2 classes at Owens Community College, ASL 1 and 2, and he wants to do 3 and 4. He's going to be a senior, and he's actually considering it as a future job to do interpreting for people. So yeah, I mean, they have their, their reading books, and we do math. We do teaching textbooks, which is a fantastic program. We really like it. And that really kind of handles it for us. So for us, our typical day is we do our must-do school things. And then there's a lot of free time for what are you interested in. Their bedrooms are a wreck, because they're interested in things, and they do things. And get involved in things outside of the house too. So, but we don't really have a set school day.
Cindy, though, I think that's the beauty of homeschooling.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Is that we can set the schedule, what works for our family.
Right.
And also have to stay understanding that God gave you the kids that he gave you.
Yes.
For you to parent.
Right.
And for you to educate them.
Right.
And you're nailing it, because that might not work for my kids, because
Right.
God did not give my kids to you.
Right.
And my kids need that schedule. They need the way that we do it after all these years. I'm confident in that.
Yes.
But we also know that, that schedule doesn't work for everyone, and you should not feel guilty about that at all, girl. You should stand up and you should be
it's
proud of
funny because I'm
that.
like, oh man, people listen.
You
It's
know?
like they're really, but and I don't want to it's not always about, it's not about what your children achieve per se.
Absolutely.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And they all have different levels of achievement. But if someone is out there wondering, okay, lady, you're making me super uncomfortable. What in the, do you really do school? Or that sort of thing. We have 2 kids in the workforce, and we have 1 child at Franciscan University with a lot of scholarships, and she's going to graduate with her nursing degree. So we want to focus more on what are they interested in? What do you want to, where do you want to take this? So,
Absolutely.
But yeah, I do admire the schedule, because I know that it would also improve
But
some things.
You're doing really well. It's just incredible that we can do what works for our family.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the testament to that is like your son, you said, with the sign language.
Yeah.
If he had a regular schedule, would he have been able to discover that for himself? And what is his interest in sign language going to lead to? Who's he going to touch?
Right.
You don't know today what groundwork is being laid for his vocation and for the future, that he might touch someone with that you don't even know.
Right.
So praise God.
Yeah, that's
praise
our
God.
goal. Like you said, heaven, not Harvard. Our goal is I want our children to become who God wants them to be. And I don't want to get in the way of that, because I have my expectations of what I want them to be, and where I want to see them going. So,
Yeah. So a question I have, and this is for any of you who want to take it, and that is, our kids are all different, right? They learn different ways. They have different abilities. And so I've had some of my kids really struggle with certain things that I find really easy. Okay. We're talking things like math and concepts. And I was not able to figure out how to keep my patience, with that, and to really not understand how to make it work for them. I'm certain that you have issues like that too. How do you handle some of that? Because that to me that'd be really a real challenge.
yeah.
It can be a challenge, but when you're when you just accept that not everyone is exactly like you are, you adjust to that. And then when they're your kids, you love these kids and you want what's best for them. And I will give you an example with my kids. My oldest son was a struggler. He honestly never made it past pre-algebra even in high school. So we had to continually be like, okay, we're going to balance checkbooks, and that's going to be your math credit this year, because he could not make it through algebra. And I just have to realize God didn't give him that mind. But I'll tell you what he did give him, though. He went on to college, He didn't know what he wanted to do. He was in school for 3 years, still had no major. And then one day he said, I think I want to switch colleges. I'm going to become a diesel mechanic, which was completely different than what he had been doing. This kid who did not make it out of pre-algebra graduated summa cum laude from top of his class as a diesel technologist. Works a great job. He's a good, participating citizen. He's giving back to his community, and he is literally nailing life. But he never made it through algebra.
Yeah. Yep, that's important.
Similar, I don't have one post college about that, but my number 7 child, I was going through the teaching how to read. I'd done it 6 times before. Kind of knew the drill. Everyone kind of learns at a different time, but for the most part, that by a certain age, all right, they'll get it. This one just was not. He was not. He was first grade, and I was doing end of the year testing with them, and he could hardly read the question and comprehend it enough to give me an answer, and I was getting frustrated at that particular moment. I had been throughout the school year just clearly knowing something was not right, wondering, okay, what have I stopped doing something? And then it just kind of clicked. Okay, something's different. So then I kind of outsourced. I looked for help. People who are a wonderful lady in our area who specializes in reading. And so it turns out he has dyslexia and is much further behind where any of my other children were at that same age with reading, but he has grown leaps and bounds, and I just had to learn. I had to adjust. So as a homeschool teacher, I'm learning myself, and that was a process where I had to go through and teach myself how to teach him because I didn't know how to do that. And so now I know. And so now if there's another child that comes along the way that I see that has similar issues, I know how to break it down in different ways rather than just, okay, this is how we're going to do it. But the beauty of homeschooling is that, and I know there are a lot of resources in schools, and I'm not going to put that down in any way, but he was not pigeonholed. He was not labeled and, okay, you're going to be in this group, the remedial side of class and kind of everything lumped in there. Great at math, great imagination, amazing creative writing is great. It's just the mechanics of the writing where he got stuck. And so he's been able to go at his grade level and not get kept back in any way, shape, or form because I have been able to provide him his own accommodations at home.
Yeah.
And it's worked really well. And again, I can go at his own pace. If we need to take the day off because he's struggling and really frustrated with something, we're going to take a break from reading for that day and we'll revisit it tomorrow.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of the beauty of homeschooling is that you can work around a lot of those frustrating moments where you just really don't know what to do.
Right.
And then you can figure it out together,
Right.
which they see that you're like humble enough to say, I don't know how to do this. And they're humble enough to say, I'm having a problem. And it's kind of nice in the end.
Yeah. I bet it is. It's one of those times where you have to realize your own humbleness and not being able to help them and trying to figure out what it is I have to change about myself in order to be able to do that and not, not to hate my child in a sense, right?
Yeah.
Homeschooling is all about humility.
Yes,
Yes.
I
Right?
am sure.
It is.
I am
A lot of
sure.
it. Yeah.
One of the things that some folks kind of think about homeschooling is that they think about their kids socializing with other kids in the classrooms and being involved with some of the extracurricular activities that a lot of their friends or peers might have. What about that? What do you have to say about that?
So I'll say for our kids, they're involved in different groups. Our daughters have been in dance. Our boys have been in taekwondo for sports. They've been happy with that, so we didn't really branch out from there. We have a couple kids who have been involved in pro-life activity. Well, they've in youth group in the parish, so they meet kids that way. Our son who loves the ASL, he's been volunteering at the food pantry in Ottawa since he was a freshman. They asked him to be a youth member of their board, and he's almost the only kid, but now he brings in like a small group of teens to help, and that's been fantastic. So with homeschooling, one thing that's I think is kind of nice benefit is they're not always around peers their same age, which is just kind of nice because the older kids help pull them up. And then when they're around younger kids, they help pull the younger ones up. As far as like hopefully maturity, and just things like that, and help each other see things in a different way. So there's so many opportunities to be involved in things. Our Catholic homeschool group did a co-op this year, which is a quick explanation would just be kind of like we get together once a week and we do school together for a few different classes. I taught comic book writing and I taught creative writing. We had science, and we did computers. We did start your own business. Those are for the older grades, and the younger grades did history and saints and things like that. But so they're around homeschoolers and non-homeschoolers. There's lots of opportunities.
Yeah, homeschooling, now that the whole socialization fear is just kind of silly anymore because there's so many things that they can do. Homeschooling wise, within homeschool circles, it's huge. Kind of what she was just talking about with homeschool groups. There's a Catholic homeschool group based out of St. Mike's in Findlay, and we get together for a monthly holy hour and playtime. Kids within the group will get together for play dates. There are field trips. There's different outings, all sorts of activities. Homeschool kids, just like regular school kids, are involved in, dance and other activities, karate, whatever. My kids in particular they're athletes. They wanted to get involved in sports. And so I have had, I don't know, eight of them now, 9 of them that have been involved in sports, 6 through the high school and junior high programs in town. And so they're a part of the regular sports team. They go, I drop them off at the end of the day, or they take themselves, and we've done cross country and track and wrestling. And for anybody out there who thinks, either the fear of I can't homeschool because my kid really wants to be involved in this sport and I don't want them to get noticed for the sport. That absolutely can happen. My second oldest was a state placer, Division I wrestling, his junior year, placed 7th in the state. He was supposed to place in the top 3 his senior year, but COVID knocked that out. That was unfortunate. But even with all that, he was recruited. He was contacted by Division I schools, but we decided that Division II was going to be the route for him. And he's on a college scholarship wrestling at a college and really enjoying it. And that was as a homeschooler. So anybody who has an athlete out there who's considering, well, maybe I want to homeschool, but I don't want to mess with the sports side of it, in the state of Ohio, it can still be done very easily. The school system, Findlay, has been very, very receptive and open to homeschoolers. My son, the one who is a wrestler in college, was the first homeschooler that they ever had participate in sports, because that was the first year that they had allowed it when he was going into junior high. And so it was a little bit of a learning curve between, okay, well, what do we require from you paperwork-wise, and what do I give them? And it's been a great relationship, and they love the kids, and they're happy to have them on every time I bring a new one on. So they can be very, very involved, and other extracurriculars as well, that don't involve having to go to class during the school day. So any after-school activity they can take part of.
Okay. Yeah, we're running close to the end of our time here, so I have 2 questions. One is, how can people contact any of these local groups, to either get more information or consider joining? That's the first question. The other is, since you've worked with your kids for so long in their education, what tips can you offer parents who are to help their kids in their traditional school? Okay, because that with working with them so often, you can help other parents perhaps figure out how to help their own kids in regular school. So first question is the local groups.
Well, one, there's a lot of local groups. So I would suggest, I guess, with specifically the Catholics, ask your priest, ask your deacon if they know any homeschoolers in your parish. Would be a good place to start, because most of us have networked somewhat with other homeschoolers over the years. So, if your priest can guide you towards a homeschool family. If that mom doesn't know, I mean, the dad might not know. I was just saying, but the mom will know. So go to the mom. Jesus always went to his mom, right?
That's right.
Okay,
It's biblical.
We can link that somehow. But yeah, I would say to try to find someone locally. There's also groups on Facebook that you could, you could hunt them up. I'm not on Facebook anymore, but I know they're out there. But I would think that more personal contact with a homeschool family, which is how we all got together.
Right.
One mom contacted one mom, and then it just kind of snowballed from there. And for advice for families in the schools, I guess I would just say, pray about it first of all. Pray for what you think the Lord is calling you as a parent to do with your children. As homeschoolers, I believe that homeschooling is the way to go for my family, but I also recognize that public school has its place. It has its value. Advocate for your kids if something isn't quite the way you need it to be. Advocate for them, love them through it. Reach out to people, to other parents. You do what we had to do. It's a crazy time that we live in, and parents know. That we have to be there for our kids to get them through this because it's tough right now.
Yeah.
And, take it to the Lord, the Blessed Sacrament, and he's not going to stray. He's not going to send you down the wrong path.
Wonderful. But you, Cindy?
So we are actually all involved in a Catholic group that's local to Defiance County and Putnam County. But you can't really find us without knowing a family that's already in it. And it's for privacy purposes because our group shares personal things. But if somebody is interested, I don't know if you're okay with this, Jeff, like they could contact the radio station.
Sure, absolutely.
And I don't mind my information going out, and then I can talk to them about the local group. The Findlay St. Mike's group, are you guys online somewhere?
Yeah, I would be the contact person for that. Same kind of thing. We do have an online group, but you would need to contact me in order to get put into that. So I'm willing to share my information as well. That's for anybody in and around the Hancock County area. So anybody who'd be willing to make a drive to Findlay for an activity, you're welcome to be a part of the group. Yeah. And then I'll just say my last thing and you can finish in terms of advice for parents with kids in school. I would just say, just keep talking to your kids, talk to them. So you obviously have those hours of the day where they're going to be in school. Don't give up on those little conversations that you can have with them just because, okay, they're busy and they have this and they have that. Kind of treat the little bit amount of time that you may have with them almost as if that is your homeschool time. When they come home from school, don't necessarily accept how are you doing? Fine. Engage them in conversation because you don't have those rest of the hours in the day to talk to them and to see what's going on with them. Maybe risk being that, annoying mom or dad for a brief period of time. I guarantee, well, maybe not guarantee, I really don't think the kids will mind if you just pry a little bit harder, unless they've had a really, really bad day. But for the most part, it's just conversation. And I often find that after a couple finds, okay, if I keep asking, the conversation really just starts. They start talking and they'll start talking about something. And then I may end up in an hour-long conversation that I'm like, that I really didn't have time for it. but it's great. It's great. So, and that's what it is. Like the late night hours, take the time that you can with them when you can get it to just let them talk to you because you want to know what's going on with them.
Yeah. Yeah.
So my advice, oh gosh, I don't know. Is it for people in school or just in general about homeschooling? I'm sorry.
For kids that are in traditional school.
Oh, okay.
For parents,
their
try
parents.
to engage them.
Yeah. So my advice would be, if that is what God is calling to your family to, then be at peace with that. I don't believe that God calls every family to homeschooling and this lifestyle. I just don't. That's why we got started, is because the Holy Spirit he wouldn't shut up, so I had to try it. So and he doesn't call everybody to that. He calls all of our families to be a light to the world in some way, and we need good families in the public schools and in our Catholic schools, challenging them to be better and to to bring the gospel to those areas. So my advice would just be to, yeah, I guess along the same line, just every chance you can, when you're able, just to really try to connect with your kid. And they, the norm is the norm, or the stereotype is, the kids rely more and more on their friends, the older that they get. There is some truth to that, and there is good in that. They're starting to make their own path. Don't assume, though, that means you don't have a role. You have a bigger role than their friends, whether they act that way or not. You really do. You are still very influential as they get older and as they go to college, and engage in that, even when it's hard. I know I've had times with my kids. I don't, we've talked about all the good things. We've had our struggles in our house, we've had our struggles, and trying to engage with kids when they're struggling. You need to still do that, regardless of where they're going to school or what our job is to try to show them the right path and to stand up for what's right and what's good, regardless of where they go to school. So be present. Don't assume that, well, they're not going to listen to me, or, oh, they don't make time for me. Make time for them. Ask them, would you like to go? I don't know, if your girl likes to go shopping, would you like to go shopping? My boys love laser tag. I personally do love laser tag. It's really fun. But, it's like, it's, something fun that your kids enjoy doing. Would you like to do that with me? They might say no a few times. They might be testing you. Like, do you really mean it? Do you really want to do something with me? Show them that you do, and I think that will go a long way. I always think long goal, long term. So even if you're not getting the results you want right now, it's all about relationships. It's not really it's about relationships. Yes.
All right. Well, very good. Thank you. We've run past the top of the hour. See, it goes fast, doesn't it? It goes so fast. Everybody gets worried about coming on the radio and like, what are we going to talk about, right? Even though
I was going to say I wasn't worried.
yes, even though you might not have had any issues about that, there, especially when there's more than one person, right? So, but yeah, it's been a great conversation. I hope that some of our listeners and those who have been watching can take something away from this to either consider it or to look into it a bit further, and perhaps take that jump, so to speak, because our world is getting darker, and it's starting to really invade the family. It's breaking up the family. It's still doing a lot of disintegration. So robbing childhood innocence is one of the main things that I see. So with that, we need to go to break. You're listening to the Spring Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio. We need you to call. We need your help. 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. We're going to go to break, and we'll talk, and we'll have Kim back in the studio when we come back.
I was wondering, I'm like, I wonder what time it is, because I'm like, you don't have the, like,
And yes, we are back here live in the studio, 2022 edition of the Spring Spirit Drive to support Holy Family Radio. This is your opportunity to really sow a seed into this ministry, this apostolate that we call Catholic Radio. It's been around now for 12 years, and we don't anticipate going away anytime soon. And in fact, we are expanding, opening up a station in Fostoria, 90.9 FM sometime, hopefully this year. And then hopefully we'll learn soon if we can build a station over in Van Wert. So, but we need your help to be able to build those, to be able to keep the lights on, keep the internet going, keep paying the lawyers, the accountants, and all those that are needed to make this radio station go. 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. That's the number to call. You can go online to holyfamilyradio.fm as well. So now I'm finally able to be joined in the studio by my esteemed co-host of the last 5-6 years, Kim Schrader. Say hello, Kim.
Hello, Kim.
No, don't do that.
No, okay.
Don't do that.
Too old of a joke, sorry.
Yep.
Hello, Holy Family Radio listeners. It's great to be back. I look forward to this every year, and I'm excited to be here. The good Lord wanted me home yesterday, I guess. I had some sick kids and needed to take care of them, but praise be, they're better, and I'm able to be in here helping out and talking with you, Deacon Jeff.
That's really awesome because people are tired of listening solely to my voice. You kind of soften things up, as they say. At least that's what my wife says. So, and I think she's right most of the time too. So that's always a smart thing, right? So in any event, we're continuing on. I hope you enjoyed that conversation we had with those homeschooling mothers in those families. They have they have a large amount of experience, over 60 years of experience in homeschooling. And if you're at all interested in considering that for your children, either young children or even those who are a bit older, let us know. Contact us here at the station in some way, shape, or form, private message, whatever, and we can get you in contact and see where things go from there. So 888-287-0655. Our next guest in studio is joining us, and I'd like to welcome Brenda Mag to the Spirit Drive.
Hi, Jeff.
Oh, you got to move that a little bit closer to you right there so we can hear you.
Hi, Jeff.
Oh, wait.
Better?
It helps if I turn your microphone on. I have
Sorry.
too many things to do.
Hi, Jeff.
How are you doing?
Good.
Good.
Doing well today. Thanks.
Yeah, you're with the Mustard Seed. You've been a long-time underwriter with us, haven't you?
We have been. We actually bought the store 5 years ago, but my Aunt Alice actually owned the store before that, and she was an underwriter for Catholic Radio. So when we took over the store, she recommended, but she said we didn't need to continue with that if we chose not to. So my co-owner, Julie Barloggy, and I discussed it, and we decided that it would be a good thing to support Catholic Radio. We both are firm believers of Catholic Radio and listen to Catholic Radio a lot ourselves in our personal lives and our personal donors, our families, as well as being an underwriter for the store. But it's good to give back to the community, to be able to support the things that we find important in our lives.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
underwriting is a good thing because then that keeps everything happening here from month to month, I'm sure.
Right. Yeah. The underwriting is about, I'd say, 20 to 30% of our income. Okay. The majority come from our listeners, but underwriting is an important part of it too. So, and I think it's important that we understand that business underwriters do it for a couple of reasons. And one is because they love the Catholic faith. They love the idea of Catholic radio, but they also understand it can be a good value for their business as well.
It is. So when we first took over, I know when we had to make our own little spot, you recommended us doing our own.
Mm-hmm.
And we did. And it's very interesting to know that a lot of people will stop by. Oh, I just heard you on the radio. Like when they pass you out on the street or at a basketball game or wherever, they'll be like, oh, I just heard you this morning. Like, and you don't. I mean, I might have been in the car. I didn't hear myself, but
Yeah.
it's interesting to know that they can recognize our voices by the commercial.
Mhm.
And so it is nice to know that. So,
Right.
but Yeah.
And the idea is that people do listen, people do hear,
Yes.
and it gives you a good deal of goodwill,
Yes.
so to speak, right? And so it's one of those things where we encourage our listeners to do business with our underwriters, and because we have a lot of loyal listeners and a lot of loyal business underwriters as well, that we encourage folks to do that and let them know that you do that, right?
Yes, so it's funny you say that because I redid my living room probably 3 years ago, I think. I don't know, time flies. So when we went to go do it, I kind of was looking around, thinking about where I wanted to go, maybe buy new furniture or flooring. So the one day I was like, you know what, I'm just going to go to those places that advertise on Catholic radio.
Mhm.
So that's what I did. I used the local businesses that were supporting the radio station that is spreading God's word.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I know some of the newer underwriters that we have acquired over time have renewed their contracts because they have seen the value, in terms of new customers and or customers saying, "Well, I heard you're underwriting on Holy Family Radio now. I like that idea." So they know that there are people listening, and there can be word of mouth, out there for that.
Right.
And one of the things that I try to communicate with potential new business underwriters is the fact that nowadays you have to cast a wide net, because there are so many channels and so many outlets to be able to for people to listen and choose to consume different things. It's not just traditional print or television or even radio in many ways, but Catholic radio is a really unique one, and it's a place that reaches a number of people and a target audience for many businesses that can be really lucrative, I think, for them. So I think it's important.
Yeah, and in your case, Brenda, you are really advertising to a big demographic of folks that would be interested in your business. Catholic listeners to Catholic radio, interested in coming in, I would imagine, to your shop to see what sorts of gifts or books or other things that they can buy that are Catholic related. You mentioned that you've had a few people mention to you that they just heard you on the radio. Do you have folks routinely do that? And what can you say to businesses maybe that aren't in sort of, for lack of a better way to say it, Catholic business, and might think, well, gosh, I'm a furniture store, I'm a spouting company, I'm any of these other things, so I don't necessarily need to appeal to Catholics. So what do you say when people ask you that?
I feel like underwriting to the Catholic radio station is more of us responding to God's call to evangelize his word. And it's not about, yes, I own a religious gift shop, but it's more about promoting God's word to multiple people that are out there. And if we are supporting God's will, then in return, I think that you will reap the benefits in your personal businesses, because God will repay you. He'll always provide. So you just have to have trust in him that you donate your money to the good causes that you need to, and therefore he will provide for you.
Yeah, that's very well said. I think it's Scott and Kimberly Hahn that are always saying you can't outgive God.
Right.
So it sounds like you almost use your underwriting as part of your mission, and trust God with the rest.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. It one of the other things about that's a positive for those who do choose to underwrite is the fact that underwriting is really a donation. It's a donation to Holy Family Radio, and in exchange for your donation, we offer time on our airwaves. So that's how it works in terms of not a commercial advertisement, but more of a thank you announcement for that support. And so that offers potentially tax benefits because it's a donation. It's not an expenditure in terms of like a marketing ad per se. So if there's ever a question for a tax deduction or a write-off, there is a possibility for that. And as always, when you do these things, you have to say, consult
your tax advisor.
Yes.
Always, yes.
Always. Don't take my word for it, believe me.
Right. But no, but you actually just said something that I didn't realize, and I was probably using the wrong terminology, but that's a good point to frame it up that way, that it's a donation. And as a thank you for your donation, we spend time on the air essentially thanking you for that. So, and
right.
yeah, at least bring it up with your tax advisor for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And but by being a non-commercial radio station, though, we are limited to what we can say. So that is a little bit of a downer sometimes for people, like thinking I can do a regular traditional commercial because it's radio. Well, it's not. I get pretty creative sometimes, in terms of what I try to say. I don't think I've ever gone too far per se, but because we can't say things like save 10%, until, or there's a sale, because we can't do any sort of incentive as opposed to taking action on a particular spot per se. Can't do a pricing. Can't do any sort of qualitative, like we have the freshest ingredients, or we have the whatever you want to say. Can't do stuff like that, but we can say how long you've been in business, where you're located, your hours, website, your phone numbers, and it helps if you voice it yourself, because it puts a personal touch to it, and it's not my voice that you're hearing constantly like you are now. But we try to do in a creative sort of way with music and all that to kind of give it a better non-NPR sort of touch, where funding is provided by that sort of a thing. So
So at the store, though, we also we are an underwriter, but we also try to promote Catholic radio at the store. So we have all of your your bumper stickers and those types of things we have. It actually was really interesting that we actually had some people from Ada come, and that's what they really wanted. They wanted some of these, but they couldn't. They couldn't find a location. You know what I mean? So it was kind of like an open location that they could get them from. But we also do other things at the store to try to promote Catholic radio. So so then people donate money so they can do a resale of First Communion dresses, and then that money is given to Catholic radio. So we try to incorporate things so people can know that money is going to a good cause also, and try to promote Catholic radio to spread God's word through that. So.
Right. Yeah. So there are things that underwriters can do to help promote us, and we appreciate that. And what Kim's got, there's our window clings, a little bit higher.
Sorry.
There we go. Our 94.9 or 88.9 window clings, and those are static, the kind that they stick on the front and the back, to be able to do inside of a car window or the outside of a car window or wherever. It works pretty well. I mean, I've had mine on for a long time, and it's a little way to be able to promote the station in a very passive way, right? And I swear I see people all the time in the fast food line behind me, and you can tell what they're looking at. They're looking at your car, right? And they're looking down, and sometimes I see people point and things like that, and I know, okay, that's got somebody's attention. Whether or not they see them, change the channel or not, at least they know, Holy Family Radio, that sounds religious.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you never know.
Let's check it out, right?
That's right. It's those seeds.
And, we're happy to give these things out. If you want to come by the station, or even when you call 888-287-0655, you can ask, and we will be very happy to send it to you. I know I missed all day yesterday, but I've been here maybe an hour and a half, have not heard the phone ring yet. So
no, it's really sad.
We're feeling lonely. We need you to give us a call here.
Yes.
And tell us what you like about Catholic radio. Tell us what you'd like to see added. Deacon Jeff is always looking at new things to add to this media ministry. So give us a call at 888-287-0655 and pledge your best gift today.
That's the first time you said those numbers.
Today?
This whole drive, yes.
You're right. No, actually, you had me remotely yesterday, and I think I did say them a couple of times. But we'll just count now.
Yeah, we'll count from now.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So one of the things that we'd like to do every once in a while is we offer incentives, right, for people to, when they make a donation. We've offered a subscription to the National Catholic Register. We've done some other things like as small gifts, but I think we have one here that you're considering offering, right?
Yes. So I was praying what the Holy Spirit wanted me to say, and I felt called to give a gift certificate from the Mustard Seed to your first-time recurring donor, whoever would like to call in and make a first-time recurring donor, and it's already in the envelope and ready to go. So all they have to do is put your name and address on it, and you'll get it in the mail.
All right.
You've even got it stamped there, so that's
That's
fantastic. Did you hold it up? Hold it up and show that it's ready to go. So just be that first caller who first-time caller, a first-time donor.
First-time donor, recurring donor.
Recurring.
monthly recurring donor.
Yeah.
All right.
888-287-0655, and you can claim that gift certificate to the Mustard Seed over in Glandorf.
Longtime underwriter and donor and all that. Anything else you want to share with our audience today?
I was really happy last year from the Spirit Drive that you did.
Yeah.
That they actually got the app. I know a lot of
Yes.
people were a little hesitant about that. But
Yes.
I listen to Catholic radios like when I'm running the errands during my lunch hour, and then I have to go in and eat, and I can't hear it.
Mm-hmm.
So now I just click my phone on, and it goes back in the office with me, so I can eat and listen to the rest of the station.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
So
yeah.
I could actually hear the rest of what Father John Ricardo's, some of his
Yeah.
new
Yeah.
programs are. So
right.
those are awesome. I just love Father John Ricardo. So
Mm-hmm.
I've
And-
actually got some of my coworkers to listen to him too.
Oh, good.
So that was good.
Good.
So if you get into the Van Wert area, maybe then I can get her to actually listen to the radio, because she lives over by Grover Hill, so she'd
Okay.
never be able to get
right.
the stations. So
Right. Oh, fantastic. That's good to know. That's
Yeah.
really great to know. Thank you.
so
Yeah, that's great to know.
So, any future plans that you can tell us about for the Mustard Seed? Anything coming up near future?
not really. We actually we just passed our 5-year anniversary that we bought the store from Alice Recker, who was my aunt. So probably sometime, maybe we do more of a customer appreciation type sale. So we'll probably try to do something special for the customers more to celebrate those 5 years. And wow, has 5 years gone by fast.
Oh, yeah, I'll bet. And you still have the lighted rosaries, right?
We do.
Yeah.
And then you actually said that the radio station's been here for 12 years. I was kind of
Yes.
found that surprised to when I
Yeah.
heard that. I was listening. I'm like, 12 years. Wow, it doesn't seem like 12 years has been
No, it does not.
that long. And I thought, and then you said, why did you start listening to Catholic radio? And I'm like, probably because my kids were young. And I thought, I need to start educating myself more than what I already, like, you're a cradle Catholic. Sometimes you kind of forget the small stuff along the way. So you need to keep kind of refreshing yourself so you know how to answer some of those questions the
Yeah.
kids come with. So
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But-
that's important. That is
Yeah.
so important.
Yeah.
So 888-287-0655. It's 888-287-0655. We have a gift certificate to the first person who calls who gives a monthly recurring donation here to Holy Family Radio. 888-287-0655. It's not only a caller, but it can be an online recurring donation too. If I get that notification before we get a phone call, then that gift certificate is yours. So 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655, or holyfamilyradio.fm, holyfamilyradio.fm. You can also donate using our mobile app. Down in the lower right-hand corner is a little donate button with a heart, and it'll take you to exactly the same place it would on our website to make your donation. 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. So what should we do now, Kim?
We should probably go to a break, and then maybe you could play for us some good talk
Okay.
we can talk about it on the break. Maybe you'll find something that, because we've got we don't have our next guest until, am I reading this right, noon?
That's right.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I'm sure our listeners do not want to listen to us talk for an hour straight.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's find a talk of some sort to play for them.
All right. Well, I'll do that.
All right.
All right, let's go to a break. I had
great.
to find out which one. Let's do this one right here. You're listening to the Spring Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio, 88.9 WJTA, WOHA 94.9. I have to think about that real quick. And W204CU in Findlay. We'll be back after this break. Yes, indeed. We are back, folks, live here in the Holy Family Radio studios. Deacon Jeff Compton here, along with my co-host Kim Schrader. And it's a good start to our day today. A little bit tongue-tied because I'm trying to get everything coordinated. Just want to remind folks, we got to keep saying the numbers, 888-287-0655, because we got a call, but we did not get a new recurring donor. But we did get a call in, a donation from St. Michael's in Findlay, a parishioner there. If I take a look back at our givers so far, I'd say St. Michael's in Findlay would be our leading donor parish. So, hey, thank you so much for that. Continue that. But, hey, there's other parishes that you need to maybe pick up the pace a little bit, maybe challenge you a little bit to call in your donation to Holy Family Radio. This person says that 95% of the time in the car, it's tuned in to Holy Family Radio. And in fact, she pulled over just a bit ago to call in this her donation. So she says, keep saying the numbers. So,
Yes.
And that's what we've heard all the time is keep saying the numbers.
We do forget to say the numbers too often. Remember, it's 888-287-0655. We just get so excited to talk to our guests.
Yeah, we do.
It is a lot of fun for us. We know it may not be your first choice listeners in that you'd rather hear the wonderful programming that Deacon Jeff usually has running for you on the station. And we're sorry to have to interrupt that programming, but we really try to keep it to just once per year. Right here during the spring is our preference usually. And we just interrupt it for a few days, and we ask you to join with us in supporting the station and give us a call at 888-287-0655.
So we've got Jim's here still in the studio with us. How are you doing, Jim?
I'm doing fine. How about you, Jeff?
I'm doing all right. So
And welcome back, Kim.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you. Glad to be here.
It's great to have you along with us. You're here till about 1 or 2 o'clock today,
About
right?
2 o'clock, I gotta go home and call my boss to see if they need me to work tomorrow.
Yep.
It's nice to have some Fridays off to sleep in, but if they say if we need you, yeah, I'll come in.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah.
So
But radio's my passion.
radio is your passion, right? There's a
That's right.
lot of folks who really enjoy radio. It's just one of those things that they grew up with, right?
Exactly.
And so I'm glad you can lend your voice talent to help us with some spots and station IDs and that sort of thing. It's kind of important.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
So I appreciate that.
Yeah, and maybe you feel passionate about Catholic radio out there. I mean, maybe you listen to it all the time and you just haven't picked up that phone yet. Well, remember, we still have a gift certificate from the Mustard Seed that you can claim by picking up the phone right now, 888-287-0655. This is for a first-time donor who's also recurring.
Right.
So, you know, hey, if you feel you can give $200, we can divide that up for you throughout the year, and that becomes a recurring donation. Right? That's what we mean by recurring. Monthly. And the reason that's beneficial for the station is it's a very reliable, predictable source of income for the station. So it helps them with the budgeting in terms of what we can afford to do, like the app.
Right.
Last year, we asked you to partner with us in bringing the app. We needed a specific amount in recurring dollars. Everybody stepped up to the plate, called in to 888-287-0655, and assisted us with that. And now the app is available. So we're looking to move into a new studio. We're not asking a specific amount for that, but it's those sorts of things that your dollars go to. Providing quality programming, providing a little local interviews like we've been doing here for the last couple of days. I mean, the list goes on and on of the things that the station can do and would like to do. But we need your help. Give us a call at 888-287-0655.
That's right. And one of the things we also like to do is we also like to publicize and promote those activities and those events that are happening in our local listening area, including one now. I'd like to bring on our guest volunteer, to come over here to the hot seat, I guess you might say, to talk about an event that's been happening in the St. George Deanery, which is the Putnam County area, for a number of years now. And it's the Youth Elect Service weekend, which is coming up in June. So Hannah's here to talk about that a little bit. Welcome, Hannah.
Thank you for having me come talk about this, Jeff.
Well, good. Is this your first time on the radio?
No, actually, I think I came to talk about Yes before.
Did you? All
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Well, tell us all about Yes.
So, Yes, which stands for Youth Elect Service, is a volunteer opportunity for high schoolers in the St. George, which is Putnam County, deanery, to help those in the area that need help with some home care. The youth and helping adults go out among the people and help with things such as mulching, small paint jobs, cleaning out gutters, weeding, cleaning siding, washing windows, brush trimming, mostly outside projects. This is a chance for teens to go beyond themselves to show the teens how important it is to give of their time.
Mm-hmm.
An important part of Yes groups are the young adults who have participated in high school, but yet they continue to come back, they continue to come and help, so that they can show the next group what they can get out of Yes and how good and fun it is to be part of Yes. Not only do the teens have a chance to meet others around the county, build friendships, and serve others, but Yes is also a chance for the teens to go on a retreat. So part of the time for the Yes weekend is set up like a retreat. So reconciliation is part of that. Mass is closing part of Yes weekend. And the teens get to be around others that recognize that our faith is important.
Mm-hmm.
And it's an important way to live. And it really brings faith alive, because faith without works is dead.
Mm-hmm.
So there are 3 important groups that are needed to make Yes possible. We need the teens who are willing to serve, and we need the adults, the young adults, who are willing to accompany the teens. We also need sites. We are looking for people who are willing to let these vibrant teens come to their homes, ones that just need a little help and are willing to let the teens serve them.
Mm-hmm.
If you're listening and you're willing to let others serve you, and you can contact Putnam County Parish Youth Minister, any of them would be able to help. But the host this year is Renee Kelch, and her number is 419-236-4006. And as I said, she's the host this year, but any Putnam County Youth Minister would be able to get you to that list. So there is no cost to anyone who is a site who lets the people come and help. And the people that we go and help, we're encouraging them to sit and chat with the teens and talk to them about how you met your wife, or how you ended up in this house, or something that happened with your kids when they were 5 years old. So we really encourage the people to interact with the teens and talk with them while the teens are out there spreading mulch.
Yeah, I remember that when I was with my younger children who did this, how much time they actually spent visiting with these adults, and kind of getting to know them. And I think the adults, the people that they helped, enjoyed that as much as anything, right? To be able to have that interaction with these kids.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and I think the kids really enjoy it too. I've heard from my children how much they were touched by having those conversations with the people that they were helping.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one of the things that I think is fantastic about this program, because it's win-win. It's, both sides are getting fed, so to speak, getting enrichment from the process. So thank you for your work with that. And people should just look to their local. Now, this is Putnam County, right?
Correct.
Right.
Yeah. So look to your local Putnam County youth minister primarily, right? Who can give you information on that?
Yes. It should be in most of the Putnam County bulletins probably soon, if it's not already starting to be announced. The dates for this is actually June 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, with Thursday, June 2nd, is being a team building day, getting to know the team. And then June 3rd or 4th are when we go out to the sites and work with the people.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you so much for giving our listeners that information. That's very helpful, Hannah.
So do they also need to, is there a need for donations for Yes, in terms of either, I guess, cash for materials or other pieces of equipment?
Yes. Yes needs donations. I'm not sure what specific they need, but if if you wanted to give a set of paper towels or something, again, contact the Putnam County Youth Ministers. They would know what is needed, or if you're just able to give financially. Again, stay in contact with the Putnam County Youth Ministers around the county.
All right. Fantastic. Is there anything else that you need to share with that?
I did want to say that new this year, we will be led by alumni and students from Franciscan University in Steubenville. So they're coming to help us out this year, which that's something brand new. So that's kind of exciting to look forward to. The theme this year is called Image of God. And so each year there's kind of a theme that, trying to learn about something different about God. And I just really wanted to give out a shout out of thanks to all the youth ministers of the St. George Deanery, because they worked so hard to make this happen. And as an adult, this is the 10th year that I have helped with the Yes Project, and it just wouldn't be possible without the youth ministers who give their time to make all of this coordination across the county happen.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you. I hope
you.
that that has. I hope there's listeners out there who would like to maybe participate and or have children who they would like to have participate. Maybe they have a need to have some work done around their home, or if there's maybe some sort of young adult or even adult who would like to chaperone and travel all around the county. I mean, and here's the thing about it is that the teams are sort of mixed. It's not your kids are mixed up with. When I say mixed up, I say the teams are assembled from multiple parishes or towns. So it's not just, hanging around with the same kids that you hang around with. You get a chance to interact with some others.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's another genius of the program that, you don't just get the St. John's, crew or the Miller City crew or, fill in the blank. They really make a conscious effort to mix up the kids and give them an opportunity to get to know some other people.
Right. Absolutely. All right. Thank you, Hannah. Appreciate you being here.
All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Get back on the phones. All right. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. That's the number to call to make your donation. We really need your donations. We're still looking for that first new recurring monthly donor to claim that gift certificate from the Mustard Seed. I want to thank Brenda Mag for coming out and providing that for us and giving us an idea of what it means to be an underwriter for Holy Family Radio and the benefits that they see and the benefits that you could see as an underwriter as well.
Yeah, no doubt about that. That's part of the important lifeblood of this ministry, in addition to our listeners giving us a call at 888-287-0655.
That's right.
So I think we're probably going to a break here shortly.
Well, what we're going to do now is that we have some time. Our next guest is going to be at the noon hour. It's Father Nathan Cromley, who's from the St. John Leadership Institute, and he's out in the Denver, Colorado area. And he's well known around these parts, or at least should be fairly well known or recognizable. He has roots in the Glandorf area and is from the Diocese of Toledo, up in the Toledo area. He's a priest of the Order of St. John, which I think is a fairly new order, but perhaps he can tell us more about that. But in the meantime, what we're going to do now is we're going to play a very, I think, an important and timely talk on from the Augustine Institute or the Lighthouse Media Presents.
Oh, sure.
Okay. And we played this last year, but I want to play it again this year because it's such a timely topic, because there are issues with in our public education system about gender nonconforming ideologies, okay, and talking about how you can choose your gender, how it's a social construct, and how you can become something that God did not create you to be only because you think it or you feel it. And so this talk is called Transgenderism. It's from a Deacon Patrick Lappert, who's a deacon in Alabama, the Alabama area. He's a plastic surgeon. So he is well versed in not only the physical component, but also the psychological and the theological components of that. So enjoy this. But in the meantime, watch the video, and 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. Here's Deacon Patrick Lappert.
Yes, hello. This is Father Nathan.
Hi, Father Nathan. This is Father Nathan. This is Deacon Jeff. How are you?
Hi, just fine, Deacon.
Great. So I'm calling you from our system here. So we are all connected up, and I'm going to connect up to our music feed that we're playing right now during our break, and we'll do a little recap, and then we'll get you on live. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. And hello, everyone. This is Deacon Jeff Compton here at the Holy Family Radio Studios during our 2022 Spring Spirit Drive. It's that one time a year where we interrupt our regular programming to ask you to help support us in this mission. We ask you to become part of our family, the Holy Family Radio family. The number to call is 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. You can also go to our website at holyfamilyradio.fm, holyfamilyradio.fm. You can make a one-time donation and pledge, or you can do a monthly recurring donation of any amount. It's totally up to you. You set it, and we'll get it all together and keep things going here and growing. Okay? Also, I want to remind you that there is still a gift certificate to the mustard seed available to the next person who calls, actually to the first person who calls to offer a monthly recurring donation of any amount, a new donor, monthly recurring donation. That gift certificate is yours as our thank you, and that's from our friends at the Mustard Seed Gift Shop. So we are now ready to bring on our next guest. And it's someone who's got some local ties to this area. Had a chance to meet him earlier this year, I believe, or at least late last year when he was in town. And I'd like to welcome to the program Father Nathan Cromley. Hello, Father.
Hi, it's good to hear your voice.
It is good to hear your voice as well. It is. It's great that you could join us and to talk a little bit about Catholic Radio and talk a lot about what it is that you do. For those of our audience who may not know who you are, why don't you give us a little bit of an introduction to who Father Nathan is?
Well, I'm a Catholic priest. I serve with the Brothers of St. John. We're an international congregation of the Catholic Church, so I'm a religious. It's a lot like sometimes people say, "What are religious?" And I say it's like nuns who are men.
Uh-huh.
That's what I am. Some people call us monks. We're kind of like that. But we go around doing good. We're basically friars, and I'm one of those. And so my order was founded in France, and as a part of what I do in my order, I work to raise up saints to lead. My passion is leadership, and leadership understood in a very broad sense, meaning Christians activating their God-given talents and skills for the sake of the gospel. And whenever we do that, we end up we change the world around us in a positive and beautiful way. And I want to see that happen. So I work with families, I work with young people, I work with business professionals, all with the same kind of call, which is get up off your couch and start to spread the good news. And so I started a nonprofit to do that work called the St. John Institute. And we're on the airwaves. We have a podcast I'm very proud of right here, playing right there on your radio station.
Right.
As a matter of fact. And we put that podcast out every week across our podcast mechanism. We have 180 episodes y'all can listen to anytime you want. We do video outreach. We do email outreach, social media outreach. And then we do events from parish missions to retreats to webinars to seminars. You name it. We're doing it, and we're trying to light up as many souls as we can with that inspiring message to get out and to evangelize and not to be afraid.
Yeah, I like the attention to leadership, the idea that that we all are called to be leaders in some way, shape, or form, whether that is leaders of just our families, leaders in our business, leaders in our congregations, our parishes, or even larger than that. I mean, it's not limited to just one particular, grandiose role, is it?
Well, when you think about, and as I've done a lot of research on what leadership is. And, the best definition I found, someone gave me is that leadership is influence, right? So it's to study leadership or to improve your leadership means to hone your ability to make an influence. Well, then when you think about it, every human being is called to be influential all the time. If you're a dad, then you're supposed to influence your kids. You rear them, you educate them, you inspire them, you help them. And all those actions that are part and parcel of fatherhood are actually acts of influence. And therefore, fatherhood is a kind of leadership. And you can do the same thing, of course, for motherhood. Then you could look at it in business, but you could look at it also from the point of view of society. Is our little parish churches leading the town? Or do we set the culture that's going to end up being in the families who end up being in the sports leagues? And by so doing, if our families are solid, our sports leagues will be healthy, and our families are solid if our church is holy. So holy churches equals solid families equals wonderful activities for our community. So since we know that, well, then we say, well, our church needs to make that influence. And so we need leadership, meaning people who deliberately make a powerful influence for God and for the good, and we need it across the board. Every Christian, every saint is called to be a leader, because every Christian is called to be a saint, and every saint is a leader. So if every saint's a leader and every Christian's called to be a saint, then every Christian's called to be a leader. It's really simple. And leading wherever you are. So we have to keep it in that broad perspective, because sometimes people say, I'm not a leader. But ask yourself, do I have a sphere of influence at work, at home, with my friends? Yes. Well, then you need to claim that for Christ. And when you do, you become a leader.
That's fantastic, Father Nathan. We could probably let you speak for an hour straight and not ask you any questions, because that's some great stuff you've got there. What is the geographic scope? You said you do all these different things you told us all about. What's the, do you go all over the country? Do you stay local? Tell us a little bit more about that.
Well, I live in Denver, Colorado, where I have a community of men that I live with, our priory, we call it. And my ministry has a scope across the whole country. I've lived overseas for 5 years, and I've traveled extensively overseas, but my goal is America. And so I do a lot of work, go wherever I'm requested, wherever the St. John Institute is requested, to do our ministry. We do most of our ministry, however, right there in Ohio, and right near you. We're in Salina, Maria Stein, Glandorf, Toledo, and Cincinnati. That kind of Western Ohio is where we do the majority of our ministry. And I'm proud to do it because where you all live is an area of it's just a unique culture that comes from the combination of faith, family, and business in each individual. And I know because my family set roots in Glandorf back in 1837. And we're proud members of the parish there. I have helped to build the church, as a matter of fact. And so I know, from my blood, what it's like to live in that beautiful, blessed part of the country. But it's where you as an individual are at the source. You understand God's got my back. And if God's got my back, then he's going to bless my family. And my family expands into a service of hard work. And that service of hard work blossoms into a business. And that unique combination is so beautiful. I want to try to capture the spirit that we live naturally in Western Ohio and bring it to the other parts of the country. Because I really think that the spirit of the gospel and the spirit of the gospel of work is alive and well in the hearts of Western Ohio, which is why we're so prosperous and cleanly and thrifty and all the other good things that we are. And I want to take that same spirit and then bring it elsewhere in the country.
Yeah, you say that you find this sort of culture unique in this particular area, so that leads me to wonder, okay, what is it that you experience in other places? What sort of poverty are we talking about in that we're trying to impact?
In the end, it's the same poverty everywhere, including in our own hearts, of course, and that's the poverty of sin. Where I look at sin in particular is sin has a way of incapacitating our action. Right? That's where I really look at it. It impedes us from blossoming forth into the proclamation of the resurrection through everything that we do and that we say. And I want to stop that effect of sin. And so my particular message, the way that I apply the gospel to folks' lives is by liberating their freedom to act and their freedom to claim their world for Christ and for his love. The poverty where a lot of people get stricken with is that they don't believe in themselves. They don't have confidence. They think that nobody cares about them. They are caught in a perpetual indecision that keeps them from deciding to move forward. They're afraid of risks that are out there. They think that their life doesn't have any difference or have any importance. And sometimes even the Christians themselves are underneath that same influence because we don't listen and believe in the good news with all of its liberating power. When Jesus comes into the world, he sets us free from our past. He fills us with his dynamic grace, a grace which is more powerful than any challenge that's in front of us. And he sets us on the road to victory, carrying us every step of the way. The only thing that he won't do for us is he won't try. He won't try for us. We have to try. And that's my message that I carry wherever I go is, folks, you need to dare. You need to dare to try, to have the courage to say, okay, God, even though I feel like I'm a terrible mom and I feel like all the kids are going crazy, even if I feel like I'm a worthless business person, Jesus doesn't care really what you think about yourself. He wants you to look at yourself like he looks at you. And when we look at ourselves like he looks at us, well then, as is of course the state motto of Ohio, nothing is impossible with God. and we start to dare great things, turn our lives around and start to do what's positive and good, instead of just kind of getting beaten down. So the poverty that I'm always going after and that gets me all fired up is the poverty of folks who are neutral, who are mediocre, and who think that that's their ascribed lot because of either their past sins or their present circumstances. And that Jesus didn't come to say, I can't help you. Jesus came to say, get out of your tomb. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah.
That's what it comes down to.
Yeah, absolutely. And when I think about daring great things, I think about the founders of this radio station. They dared to step out and see that through, to see that whole process through. It took a number of years, and I'm sure a number of meetings where they thought, is anything ever going to happen? You know, how do we do this? Along the way, they got the help that they needed, and they stuck to it. And lo and behold, here we are 12 years later almost, broadcasting Catholic radio to this great area. And we hope to continue to do so for another 12 years or more. But that's only going to happen if other people dare to offer their treasure to us in order to be able to continue to do that. And you can do that by calling us at 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. And I do want to offer something that came in. We got a donation from a generous donor who stopped by and offered a matching fund, which means that donations made from now until I'd say until we meet the fullness of this fund, which is $1,000. So there's $1,000 fund out there that all donations up to that amount will be doubled. All right. And we want to cover this as soon as we can so that we can take advantage of this opportunity. So if you've been out there waiting for the opportunity to have your $20 donation doubled to 40 or 25 to 50, now is the time. 888-287-0655.
Father Nathan, I love what you said about this being a special area of the country in terms of faith, family, business, and the values. I think too often we just get living our daily lives and we don't think about those sorts of things and think about the blessings of an area that we might be in that other people don't have the advantage of.
Right.
So I think it's great for local listeners to hear that and to stop and pause and say, hey, we are really blessed to be in an area of the country, in an area of the state where, we have these strong values that we share in common with so many people.
Mm-hmm.
As you've traveled... No, go ahead, please.
Oh, I'd love to hear your question. Go ahead.
Well, I've just wondered, as you've traveled throughout the country and tried to share that message and bring that to other places, do you tend to encounter a lot of resistance from folks? Like, that's not something to strive for. That doesn't sound good. Yeah. Or any other kind of resistance that you might run into.
The resistance that usually comes from people, it comes from folks who haven't experienced the vibrancy of freedom. And the vibrancy of being able to be told that you can do anything. You go back again to the state motto, with God, all things are possible. And we're the state that gave birth to the Wright brothers. And 66 years after their first flight, Neil Armstrong from Little Wapakoneta walked on the moon as the first man to walk on the moon. I mean, we're an area of the country of great achievement, of discovery, of invention. And it doesn't take you long. Look at every little town. All those small towns, you can't even buy land. No one wants to leave. And they're not real excited that you came, as a matter of fact. We're not going to go to that end. So the resistance comes from the hearts of people who don't have that confidence. And that's where I think, everyone in your listening area needs to thank God that they're there. What an incredibly blessed part of the country that you're in, where the church is in the center of all your little towns. And in that little town where you've got the church in your center, when you put God in your center, think about what message that gives to your culture. Let's think about this. God is the one who guarantees our success. Now, not necessarily in a worldly sense, because the cross is at the center of all of our churches, and the cross is not a measure of worldly success. But he does guarantee our final success with him. I mean, he promises us that he's going to carry us across that finish line if we're faithful to him and keep his commandments. So, but like my point is, when you put a church in the middle of your town, you're saying our town can do it. And now every Sunday, all the people of that town go to that church to hear what? God is calling you to love your family, and God's giving your family the grace to make it. And then you feed on the blessed sacrament of the body and blood of our Lord Jesus Christ. And you go back into your homes to live out the strength that you received at that church. It's almost like we're putting right in the middle of the church all of the food that all of us need to live on. And so the business that flows as a result of that was because we all have to make a living, but it's flowing from people who know that God's got their back. And when a business person knows that God's got their back, the business person is going to expand the business, dare great things, work real hard, because in the end, it flows from that integrated person who sees faith, business, and families all coming from themselves. So yes, I do receive resistance from that message, but it's resistance from people who just can't believe that it's possible, that God really does have your back. And so that's the beauty of the Catholic Church. We go around telling people hope, giving people positivity, giving people the desire for higher things. And when you follow, the next thing that comes is your family. And then after that, the world that you work in. And I'm just privileged to be able to work in that sphere.
And it's a sphere that's really necessary. And I'm sure that you offer some consulting, or at least help business people with their skills in this area.
I find it's where my passion is. I want to help folks that if we reclaim the world of work, we've reclaimed 8 hours of your day. And so many people come to work and they drag their feet, or they go out to the barn and they drag their feet and they say, this is what I've got to do in order just to make a living. But that's not why Christ gave you that job. And that's not his intention behind your work. God's intention behind your work is that you glorify him through your work, and that the work actually helps you to become holier. So if I can get that message out there and show how work is about faith and about how faith is about your business, and bring those two things together, well, now you're living an integrated life. You're not putting your faith on the side when you go to work for 8 hours a day. Instead, you're bringing your faith into your work. And when you bring faith into work, your faith can transform your work. And I believe that when businesses are claimed for Christ, then we're going to have a lot easier time claiming the family. So the end goal is that families be sanctified. And I think that a doorway into that sanctification is to claim the heart of the mom and the dad who are working in that world and allow Christ to work at them there. So when they can practice in the workplace what they come home to perfect, which is a life lived in love and in devotion to God.
Amen to that. Well said, Father. Well said. Yeah,
you're
absolutely.
welcome. I'm excited about this.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
excited about your radio station too. And I just hope everyone listening calls in and donates, because this is a miracle station. And think about the blessings that you're giving by your donation to everyone else who's listening. So I can't speak highly enough about what you guys are doing, and I just hope everybody calls in. And if this is a place you can give $1, folks, and they'd still be grateful for it. And so call in and give your donation now.
And that number to call is 888-287-0655. We almost can't say it enough. 888-287-0655. We have volunteers in the office to take your phone call. We've heard the phone ring a couple of times. It's fantastic. Let's keep that going. As you know, we have a matching fund of $1,000 out there. So we need to match that. We need to cover that as quickly as we can so that we can move on and continue to take your donations at 888-287-0655.
Yeah, I love that message that you have there, Father Nathan, in terms of you never know the effect or your $1 can make such a difference. We had a guest on yesterday that talked about the ripple effect, and you're blessed if you even get to know about one ripple, but those ripples just continue and continue and touch people's lives. So have you had opportunities yourself where you have seen that ripple, where somebody said, I didn't like what you said at the time, but it later touched me, and had those blessings of learning about a few of those ripples?
Oh, I'm so grateful for God's ministry. And if I'm going to speak about ripples, then I want everyone to realize that every one of our lives has those ripples. And just like you all want a radio station so that you can have the Catholic voice of God reaching you in your cars and when you're doing the dishes, right? So you're like, we want this station so that it can affect us. Think about how much the station wants you. The reason the station exists is so that when you're listening and sanctifying your days, you're doing the dishes there at the sink, your life be transformed and you ripple onto the kids and onto the neighbors around you. And if we all work together, our ripples build. I was blessed. One of the very touching thing, I went to say a funeral mass in a little town called Cranberry Prairie, Ohio. And as I said the mass, 2 priests came to join me for this person's funeral. And both of those priests had attended my youth program. I run a youth program called Eagle Eye Ministries. As a matter of fact, we have a teen retreat coming up in Maria Stein, Ohio, the second week of June, and registration's open on our website, eagleeyeministries.org. And both priests had been through Eagle Eye. So they came up to me and thanked me for Eagle Eye Ministries. And I got to celebrate Mass with 2 priests who had been influenced to find their vocations through the ministry that I run. And I think that it's awesome. And so then you think of all of the 10,000 souls a year who are sanctified by those 2 men that I had a small part to play in. Ripples, everybody, have a tendency to amplify, not diminish. What we need to do is make as many as we can. And that's why, I just think you guys supporting this radio station ought to be a priority for every family out there, because you never know. Someone driving their car right now could be hearing the voice of Jesus Christ through what we're talking about, and they could go on to dare great things in their home and family, and it'll all be because of what we're doing. Ripples amplify, they don't diminish.
Right. Yep. And the encountering through such a really a private sort of media as radio is. It's intimate, is what we've heard it said. A voice, the sound comes into your ears, and you get to, it's almost like it's being spoken directly to you. And that message, and it's just one of many messages that we receive all day long. And if you're going to be receiving messages, may as well be from Catholic Radio. Make it something good that you're consuming, not out of the dumpster, as they like to say sometimes. So,
amen to that, Deacon Jeff. So give us a call and partner in the ministry with everyone. 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. You never know the impact that your dollar may have in touching another life. And then, as Father Nathan's saying, it just continues and continues and continues.
Right. So in addition to Eagle Eye Ministries, and we were coming up close to our half-hour mark for you, Father Nathan, Eagle Eye Ministries is one thing. What are some of the other sort of offerings that you have that folks could take advantage of?
You can find them all at one simple website. So grab your pens and write down this website, stjohninstitute.org. That's SAINT, johninstitute.org. And that website contains all the different things that we do, which are just a lot. But also it contains a link to a neat website that we're going to be launching in 2 weeks called daregreatthings.org. And Dare Great Things is where we'll have our blog. So I'll be writing on there and posting on there, and we'll have other contributors as well. daregreatthings.org. It's also the name of my podcast, Dare Great Things for Christ podcast, which is available, by the way, and you can listen to right here on this great radio station.
That's right. We played at 3:30 on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday instead of the Bishop's Corner program, which we do on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So, yeah, we're proud to do that. I enjoy listening to your talks there. They are they're different from the other offerings that we have. I mean, we've got a lot of question and answer. We've got a lot of other types of programs in terms of apologetics, but this is more practical, sage advice to people out there and talking about leadership and how to do that in our ordinary lives. So I want to thank you for offering that to us and being able to share that with our audience.
You're welcome. Pray for Bree.
That's right. Pray for Bree. So Father, since we're coming up, I'll give you the last word on what you'd like to share with our audience today.
Remember that the final exam question on the examination of our life is the following. What did you do to the poorest of the poor? Whatever you did to the least of my brothers, that you did to me. And whatever you didn't do to the least of my brothers, that you didn't do to me. And in the end of our days, we'll be judged on our actions, not on what we thought we might want to do, not about what we felt guilty about. Christ came in order to inspire you. Move on his inspiration. Do all the good you can do to as many as you can do it to, for as long as you can do it. Do as much good as you can do for as many as you can, for as long as you can, because we will not pass this way again.
Amen. Wow.
That's,
There you go.
yeah.
Thank you.
That's a fantastic final word. Give us a call
Well,
at
greetings to all my kin out there in Western Ohio. I wish I could come home again. Hopefully I'll be there soon.
All right. Thank you, Father Nathan. Thank you for joining us. And we encourage all of you out there to please offer us your best gift today to help support this radio station so that we might start some more ripples out there, ripples across families, across businesses, across this great land of ours. 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655 is the phone number to call. You can go to our website also, holyfamilyradio.fm. holyfamilyradio.fm is the online place you can go. You can also go to our mobile app if you have that. I encourage you to get the mobile app. It's your Android app store, the Play Store, and the Apple App Store for Apple devices. And grab that, and you get that connection to us anywhere that you are. And it's fantastic that we've been able to be able to connect up in the vehicle, so that all you have to do is connect up, and it's an icon in your dashboard, and there you are to listen to us.
Yeah, if you're lucky enough to have that capability in your car, and more people do all the time,
right,
that is a fantastic way to listen to us. As Deacon Jeff said, you can donate through the app as well.
Right.
At the very bottom of the landing page, over to the far right, you'll see a little heart, and that's the little icon you want to tap in order to go in there and give your best donation to Holy Family Radio. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655 is the number you want to call. We would love to hear from you. We do really love to hear from listeners.
Yes.
We take all donations online through the app. However people want to do it, we're happy to work with them. But we love hearing from listeners. We love finding out what programs you enjoy. What would you like to see more of or listen to more of? Although, now that we're streaming
That's
as well. Let us know. We really like to know that. I know one year in particular, Deacon Jeff, you said you were just about ready to take a program off the air, thinking it had really run its course. And you heard during the spring radio drive that Spring Spirit Drive, that they loved that program. People love that program. So
it might not be a good idea to do that, right?
Yeah, we're still blessed to listen to it today, and I know that I tune into it regularly. So if you've got a favorite program, let us know that, and really give us your best donation. Give us your best gift in order to keep that quality programming available.
Right.
We need it. No amount is too small. If you only think you can give $1, maybe you can give it every month. Recurring donations are really important because they help the radio station have an idea of their budget and what their means are.
Exactly.
So that'd be fantastic, and maybe that'll enable you to give just a little bit more.
Exactly.
By doing it that way.
So
give us a call at 888-287-0655.
That's right. And we're going to go to a break. The phones did ring during that last segment, and but we needed to ring some more so that we can fill up this matching fund. We need to complete that as fast as we can, because you just never know. We might have some more funds later on, to talk about, but now is the opportunity. If you have waited for this opportunity, don't wait any longer. Okay. 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. We will go to break, and we'll be back and talk to you some more and give you an update on where we're at in our pledge drive, and hopefully our next guest coming up around the 2:00 hour. You're listening to the Spring Spirit Drive on Holy Family Radio with Deacon Jeff and Kim. We'll be talking at you again after this break. And welcome back, everyone, to the Spring Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio. I want to thank you so much for joining us today, whether or not you're listening in your vehicle, in your home on the radio, or watching us live via our video stream here, which is brand new this year at Holy Family Radio. We're on Facebook, we're on YouTube, we're live at our website and at our mobile app. So there's lots of places you can watch and see what's going on here in the studio, all the good and the bad, the good, the bad, and the ugly. I'll point to my face here when we talk about that. But in any event, it is a beautiful day. We're now in the second half of our second day of our 3-day Spirit Drive. And we're just so happy to still be able to just do this, just to be able to do this work. And that work, though, is only possible through your generous support, financial support for us. So with that, 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655.
We still have some matching funds on the table, and in fact, a good amount of them, I believe. So if you've been waiting for the opportunity to have your dollar count as $2 or your 10 count as 20, 50 as 100, you get the idea. Now's the time to call because we have a donor who has offered those matching funds. That number is 888-287-0655. You can also donate on our website, holyfamilyradio.fm, as well as our new app, which, let's remind folks, essentially they have funded.
That's right.
Last year, we asked for $400 in recurring donations, new recurring donations to pay for that app, and they stepped up to the plate.
Yes, they did.
And we now have that app, and you can make your donation through the app. You go right down to the bottom of the landing page, click the little heart button, and you're good to go. So check that out.
Yep.
But we're always happy to talk to you. We love it when you call in, 888-287-0655.
That's right.
And tell us what you like about Holy Family Radio, not because we need, pats on the back, but because Deacon Jeff genuinely uses that feedback.
Yeah, radio is a one-way medium, right? We broadcast it out to you, but there's really not much of a means for you to give feedback to us unless you give us a phone call, leave us a voicemail. But you can contact us on our Facebook page. You can contact us at our website, all those different ways. But this is a way for the personal one-to-one touch where someone's going to be here to take your phone call and to talk with you and hopefully take your pledge, but also your ideas, your thoughts, your likes, your dislikes, and all that stuff, including how you don't like the sound of my voice. I'm okay with that.
Same here.
And I can feel it kind of getting a little raspy here, a little scratchy.
You had to carry the water all by yourself yesterday. You didn't. I mean, Jim was certainly very helpful. We appreciate him coming every year, and he stayed longer and came back today with my status a little uncertain, and so that's great. But hopefully I can give your voice a few minutes of rest here and there.
A few minutes of rest. And by the way, we got some pledges that came in during the break, and Father Cromley, who was talking, and so I need to enter these in and see where we're at in our matching funds. But I'm pretty sure that we still have a decent amount of those matching funds available. So if you've been waiting to have your money doubled, now is the time. Now is the time to call 888-287-0655, and I'll say it one more time for you to get the keypad up on your mobile device, your phone, and get ready to punch in these numbers, which is 888-287-0655. So it is now time to introduce our next guest here in the studio. It's always a lot more fun, I think, to have guests in the studio so we can, speak face to face with them and be able to kind of just get to know them a little bit and all that good stuff. So our next guest was highly recommended by someone who's a listener and a donor to this radio station. Heard her speak at a local event and said, you know what, you need to talk to her. We need to hear the message that she has to give us. So I'm pleased to now welcome to the studio Kathy Roth, and I'll let you introduce yourself and kind of give us an idea of what it is that your message is.
Well, my name is Kathy Roth, and I live in Bryan, Ohio, originally from Paulding, Ohio, though. And we are just here today to talk about a message that God literally inspired. And that message is Stand for God, Constitution, USA. It's a short, simple, positive message to be a sign of hope and encouragement in the times that we're living in now.
Mm-hmm.
And you said it was a God-inspired message. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yes, I belong to a prayer group. We've been together for the last 26 years, and we meet every week to pray and to support each other. And our concerns have always been over praying for family, marriage, our children, our country, our church, and for the sanctity of all life. And so over the course of many years now, we've been concerned about the direction that we see that our country has been headed in. And so with that in mind, it was last September evening in 2021. And while I was in prayer that evening, it happened through several different avenues of prayer, but I really felt God speaking to me. And I know when I've had that happen before, that when things happen in such quick succession and through different avenues of prayer, that I need to listen. I need to listen and I need to act. And that evening, I really felt God speaking to my heart, and I knew that it was something important. And the message that I heard that evening was, I want you to act. Stand up now for me and your country. That literally just set me on fire because it was things that we had been praying about. And I felt like God's calling me to act now. So what I did that evening was I called several of my friends from prayer group. We kind of brainstormed. I said, this is what happened. I'm wondering, are you guys like-minded that you would be willing to help me spread this message? I know God wants it out. They were on board immediately. And we brainstormed and we thought, what can we do? And we thought, let's start out with the yard sign campaign. It's something simple. It's something easy to do. We thought people see those signs when they're driving out and about. It's something that's going to unify people. It's going to be an encouragement to them because they're going to think, I'm not alone. Other people feel the same way that I do. Yes, our sign.
So you have that sign. You brought one of those signs with you.
We did.
Yeah. So I'll hold it up here. There we go. Sometimes it's hard to.
That's right. It's hard to.
I got to move my microphone.
They are bright and bold.
There we go. Standard, this is about a standard yard sign size, if you can't tell. There you go. So tell us about, what kind of response have you gotten to these signs?
Yeah. We have been so encouraged. People have just continued to surprise us. We have had newspaper articles written. We've done another radio interview. We have been doing presentations. We've just been going out and canvassing different areas and speaking to businesses. We have a lot of businesses that are carrying our signs. And what we did when we first started in September was it took us a while to design how we wanted this sign to look. But once we got that sign together, I told the group, the three that were helping me, I said, since I started this, I'm going to go ahead and fund it. I want to step out in faith and I'll fund it. So we were working with a company who designed this sign for us, and they gave us a quote of $7 for a sign. So we talked about it and we said, this was God's message. We don't want to make any profit on this. We just want to sell our signs for what they cost us. The idea is to get the message out. So I ordered 300 signs to start with. We got those signs on October the 28th, and literally 1 week later, all 300 of those signs were gone. I thought,
wow.
I didn't know what would happen, what I did know was how important that message was. And so I thought, great, I'm going to order 200 signs this week. So I ordered 200 signs, and a week later, they were gone. Literally every week, I was ordering either 200 or 300 signs just to try to keep up with the demand. So, like I said, it has been amazing. And at this point, we've had a large number of signs that have gone out throughout this area, but also in other states now, too.
That's fantastic. Has the has your work in this area, or your ministry, if I can call it that, is it limited to the car or to the yard signs, not car signs, yard signs, or are you doing some other things as well?
We have added stickers. And as an example, we have those stickers. We have a couple different size stickers that are available.
Point it to the camera, your camera. There you go.
There we go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We also have, so we have shirts that we're doing now. And as you can see, I'm wearing one of those shirts today. So we, let's see, any other things?
Shirts, a variety of things. We have a website.
Yes.
So you go ahead with that.
Wait,
Our
why don't
web-
you introduce Laura?
Okay, Laura Priest is one of my friends from prayer group. She's one of the three that I called that night, and Laura has worked really hard too. We've got a team of about 11 people that are helping us get this message spread at this point, and Laura is one of those. She's been working a lot in the Delphus area, in that area. She's originally from Grover Hill. Okay.
So I had spoken with.
You have to turn it over.
Okay. Sorry, I'm not used to this.
Yeah.
I had spoken with several people in Delphus and got them to put the signs in their business. And I was just over that way the other day, and I've seen signs show up in yards, which is really encouraging. So again, just like every place else we've gone, we've gotten such a good response. You know, like, this is a great idea. Oh, I think a lot of people would be interested in this. We had done a newspaper article over in their local paper, and so we've just sort of moved in that direction. There's a lot more work to be done, obviously, wherever we go, but it's a good start. And I think the thing that's most encouraging to me is the response that we get from people as being something that they are encouraged by, because like Kathy had said earlier, with all the negativity of things going on in our world and people don't know quite what to make of it, I think this message is something that can unify people.
So, when, excuse me, a little frog there.
Hey.
Must have been that fantastic ice cream that the Scoop brought us,
Yes.
in addition to the fabulous lunch. So, thank you, the Scoop on Main from Glandorf. That was delicious. You're here listening to the Spring Spirit Drive on Holy Family Radio. Give us a call at 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. We've got matching funds on the table, so take advantage of those, and your dollar can be doubled. I wanted to ask if you could explain for us. I would almost think of it in terms of your motto, Stand for God, Constitution, and USA, as maybe being like the skeleton. Can you put a little muscle or meat on that skeleton and describe for our listeners a little bit more about what's behind that message, or what you mean by the message? Anything that you can give us there, a little bit more description?
Sure. So the reason that we started this, like I mentioned earlier, was because of the changes that we were seeing occurring in the direction that things have headed in our country, our schools, our churches, so many different ways that we felt that things were changing, and not always for the best either. We, by taking God out of public life, we really have allowed evil to enter in. And until we bring God back and put him at the center of our life, and I mean every part of our life, if we can bring God back, I feel like so much of the rest of this can fall into place, because people will have their priorities where they need to be now. And so I think that also something that a lot of people probably aren't aware of, or at least that's been our experience so far, is that we really are in a battle right now. And I think that it is against marriage and family, because at the core of every foundation of society, it's the family.
Mm-hmm.
So in order to keep that foundation strong, we have to love, nurture, protect our children, pass on our faith, our values to them.
Mm-hmm.
We see that Satan, who also knows that family's the foundation of every society, is attacking families right now because he really hates marriage and family.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So that is part of the core of what we are doing. We are really in a great spiritual battle right now.
Mm-hmm.
It literally is God versus Satan, light versus darkness. And people have got to wake up to that reality. We've got to band together. We've got to start to act. You know, the silent majority, and we are the majority,
Yeah.
but we've been silent for so long.
Mm-hmm.
And I think now is the time. We have got to act. We've got to start talking to each other. We've got to start speaking truth, God's truth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the message that we heard from Father Nathan just a little bit ago talked about we need to act. We need to go out and do. We need to trust that, because the last thing we want to be accused of is not trying to do something, right? This is doing something. This is stepping out in faith, and it's putting forth a message and saying, you know, God, I trust in you. I trust in you to help me to do, you know, what it is that you want me to do, and to do something in this battle, this pitched battle that we have. And like the Bible says, our battle is not against flesh and blood, but against the powers of the spiritual battle.
Yeah.
Yes.
It
Principalities
really
of
is.
evil, all of that. Yep.
Yep.
So when you say stand up for God, we certainly know what that means here at Holy Family Radio in terms of, agree in terms of the importance of it. And I don't think that there's a lot of question as to what that might mean. But do you get a lot of questions about what stand up for the Constitution means or stand up for the USA? Do you get questions like that from people?
We do. We do get some questions. We thought when we did this that most people would not think it was political.
Mm.
But we've had a few people that have said, oh, well, I think this is political. Or that, well, I'm not sure what you're really standing for. And really, it is really just this simple. First and foremost, we're just standing for God. We are willing to proclaim that God is first. And then the Constitution, and the reason that we put Constitution in there is because right now we are under attack for our freedoms, including our religious freedom. Mm-hmm. But all of our freedoms, God has given us those freedoms. And we have an obligation to protect those freedoms, to cherish those freedoms. And right now we're seeing those being eroded, ignored, and literally taken away from us. So that's a big reason why we have the Constitution listed in there. When you think about the history of our country, what our country was founded on, and the courageous men and women throughout the history of our country that literally have fought and given their lives for those freedoms, we have to stand up and protect them. I feel like the United States of America is a beacon of hope throughout the world. I think the world literally is looking at us, and they're cheering us on in our battle for freedom and also our battle against evil.
Yeah, amen.
Go ahead, Laura.
I was going to say, I think also for me, when we say stand for God, Constitution, and USA, when those words stand for means that I'm choosing to do something. It's not something that's being imposed upon me. It's a choice I am making. And when I put the sign in my yard, or when I see signs in other people's yards, I think they are standing for something. They are making an action towards what they believe in. And that kind of strikes me as being really important, because if we don't stand for something, you know, the old saying, you've got to stand for something or fall for anything. And if we don't stand for these things, then someone's going to tell us what we need to stand for, or what we're going to be, what is going to be imposed upon us. We were given the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And right now, life, as we all know, has been for many years been trampled upon and threatened. Our liberties have been threatened. And our pursuit of happiness has been very difficult because of those things. So when I see a sign in the yard that says "Stand for God, Constitution, and USA," and I have one in my own yard that says that, it's that initiative. It's taking that action. Those are action words to make a difference, to do something. And by doing that, maybe when someone drives by and sees that sign, they will be inspired to do something similar, or something else, you know, call your congressmen, call your senators, get involved, because we've all kind of sat back and said, well, that doesn't really affect me too much, but it really does, whether we know it or not. And now that infringement is infringing more in so many different areas. And I think that's why it's important that we get this message out, and it is a positive message. So.
Yeah, it is a positive message, and I'm kind of wondering, I didn't get a chance to see how long have you been doing this? This is very recent, right?
We just started November the 1st was when we got our signs and sold those. So yes, it is really very new.
Okay.
One thing I would say is, you ask about how people have responded.
Yeah.
So even just the newspaper articles, and this is something I wanted to share today, is that through the Defiance Crescent article that came out last November, a gentleman named Lee Recker from here in Putnam County, Glandorf, read that article, called me, and said, you know, what is this about? Tell me more. Which I found happened so often, just people calling, phone ringing off the hook, and coming to pick up our signs. But Lee went so much farther with it. You know, he would meet in Defiance at the KSC Hall there and pick up signs, and he has gotten a large number of signs out in this area now. He's the one who got the meeting for us, the public meeting that we had last month here in Putnam County. And then through that meeting, again, it's just how I see God working, how he just keeps weaving things together. You know, from that comes this radio interview, the chance to, there was a lady there who's with the Toledo Diocese Catholic Council of Women. So for their spring day away that they're having in Cary.
Yep.
So I've been asked to be one of the speakers for that day.
Okay.
Also through Lee Recker and his wife Diane, who they don't know it, but we consider them part of our team. They have been so active in helping us with all of this. We are going to be speaking at the American Legion for their spring banquet at Maria Stein coming up in May. So, you know, God just continues to lead us on to the next step.
And the follow-up to that, as far as my question goes, so now you've got yard signs out everywhere. You're starting to expand to do other things. Have you seen resistance? Because I can think of having the sign in my yard, and you know, do signs get stolen? Do people? A lot of people don't want to see these sorts of things, right?
Somewhat. I think that we're blessed living in rural Midwest America.
Yeah.
Because this has been very well received. I believe I've only had 2 people say, somebody stole the sign out of my yard, but they went right back and got another sign and put it up too.
Yeah.
So yes, a little bit of that. But the other thing that I will say is that one thing that we feel we're really blessed in is that someone donated their help to get a website up and running for us. And we think that's going to be a great way because, you know, our goal is to spread the message as far as we can. We don't know how far that'll be, but literally we're hoping it would go coast to coast, you know, all 50 states, because it's such a vital message right now of standing up for God and our freedoms right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so our website is standforgodusa.com. So if you go and check that out, you'll see our story, testimonials, a link to where you could order signs or our apparel or the stickers that we have.
Okay.
So, or you can ask questions, things like that you're interested in.
You said you're going to be speaking at the Catholic Women's Conference for the Diocese of Toledo
Yes.
in Cary, is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Carrie.
And that's Wednesday, May 11th.
Yes.
So do you want me to hold that up?
No. We'll put a link to our website for that and post that on Facebook as well. If you're looking at our live feed on the video, I've got their website there underneath on the banner there, standforgodusa.com. And so that's where you go to get order signs and find out more about your other things and products that are there. But you need to help continue to support us, if you would please, at 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. I heard the phone ring at least once during this segment of the Spring Spirit Drive, but I can tell you that we're very, very close to getting that matching fund filled up.
That's
Okay?
fantastic.
It is fantastic. So
'Cause we had several $100s left before last I knew. So
that's right. We're getting very, very close. So maybe that $100, $50, even $25 donation will go a long way to finish up that matching fund. So call now, 888-287-0655, or go online. I'm watching it all the time for those online donations to come in. We get those notifications within a few minutes, and we get those recorded. So do it that way if you like. holyfamilyradio.fm, and that all counts towards our total in our drive today.
And we haven't talked about our goal since the very beginning,
No, we haven't.
but we've got a goal of $50,000 this year.
Mm-hmm.
And that's
And why is it so high, Kim?
Well, our expenses just continue as we are looking to expand.
That's correct.
Always looking to expand to bring the truth of God and His church out to anyone and everyone that we can possibly reach.
That's right.
And there are portions of our area that aren't fully covered by a Catholic radio signal, so we're looking to expand into Fostoria and Van Wert.
Mm-hmm.
But that's a process, and it's expensive
It is
process.
expensive. It is
we
expensive.
have all the fees of applying to the FCC. They're going to definitely have expenses with that, and we have tower fees that we have to worry about. Do we have to build a tower? Do we rent a tower? If we rent a tower, there's a monthly rent.
That's right.
Gosh, way back, maybe the first year I did this, we were talking about the monthly tower rent in the Finley
In
area.
Finley, that's correct.
So
Yeah.
we were just putting up that station, which was the first one that we expanded to,
That's
the
right.
Finley Market.
Yep.
So keep those calls coming in. I heard the phone just ring.
Yep.
It's very
Thank you.
encouraging to
Yes,
us
it is.
when we hear the phone ring, because sometimes we just wonder, are we just talking to each other here?
phones working?
Right,
Yeah,
yeah. Do we need to call the phone company? Right. 888-287-0655. That means a line's still available for you.
That's right.
So give us a call, 888-287-0655. How about you be that person that takes us up
Over
to
the
the
top.
matching funds amount, and you can talk with our back office about that when you call, but it's a way to double your dollars if somebody else has issued that challenge. So we issue that challenge to you out there, listening or watching. It's time to partner. It's time to invest in your Catholic radio station. It's one of the most important things in our lives. I know in my life, in your life, Deacon Jeff, in the lives of these ladies. And, I think I heard somebody once say, I never can remember who says these things, so I'm terrible at attributing quotes, but, what your checkbook says shows what your priorities really are. We say what our priorities are, but what our checkbook shows our real priorities.
Yes.
So, we'd ask you to prayerfully consider whether perhaps a donation to Holy Family Radio or increasing your existing donation would
Right.
be appropriate this year.
Yep.
So pick up that phone and give a call to 888-287-0655. One more time, 888-287-0655. So, ladies, what else can you tell us about this? Would we call it a project, a ministry,
movement.
movement, right?
All of the above.
All of the
I guess.
above.
All of the above, I guess I would say.
What else can you tell us about it that we have failed to ask you so far?
One thing I like to stress when I am talking with people is that God is the answer to all of this. Our hope is not in government. Our hope is not in a political party. Our hope is not in a politician or an individual. Our hope is in God alone. And really, that is a truth that never changes. So the other thing is just to encourage people to act. You know, our prayer group, Laura can testify to this, we prayed and we kept feeling helpless and thinking, what can we do? And I know prayer always is so important. But when God gave us that message, I want you to act. You know, we really took that seriously and thought, yes, if we don't act now, if everybody doesn't act now, it may be too late to turn things around. And so one of the things that we try to do is to encourage people to do some positive things. So I always say, make a decision to stand and speak out for God. Share your views on upholding our Constitution. Be a patriot because you love our country. Do things that matter to you at a local level. Inform yourself on issues. Really look for truth. You know, we know truth when we hear it, but we have to make an effort to find that truth. And also just to exercise your privilege and the responsibility that you have to vote in elections. I think that those are all things that each of us can do to help make a positive difference in all of this. And I think that regardless of what we decide we can do, we all need to do something right now. And I think that some people will call to do heroic things. You know, maybe some of you already have done heroic things. I know I've heard story after story of sacrifices and things that people have done to be able to speak truth right now. So I would say, please stand up for truth. Speak out against, you know, the lies that are being portrayed as truth right now.
You know, what you say about informing yourself on the issues is so critical, because I think it's so easy in our media-saturated society to run with the headline. You know, whatever you hear first about an issue, or the tagline of how somebody characterizes an issue one way or the other, and then you look into it and you find out that's not what's going on here at all. You know, this is the other side of the issue, and it's important that I understand it, so I'm not supporting something that sounded really good, or so that I'm opposing something that others are characterizing as good. So yeah, that's an important message that you're spreading in terms of, you know, make sure you get out there and educate yourself and engage in the process. Yeah. Yeah. You're listening to Holy Family Radio Spring Spirit Drive on 88.9 in Glandorf. I'm going to mess up the call signs because I haven't done it enough today. And Ada Lima area, 94.9. And the Findlay area, you can hear us on WC0, right? W204CU 88.7 FM. But we're looking to add to those signals, like we talked about just a minute ago, out of Fostoria and Van Wert. So give us a call to partner in donating to this. I'm going to call it, because I'm not officially part of it.
You can say
so
it.
I'm just going to go ahead and say this incredible media enterprise that is just developing, really developing more and more. It's only been here 12 years and started as a humble little station, and still in a humble abode out here. But looking forward to the new station.
That's right.
Or the new studio.
New studio, yeah.
But always growing, always looking to the next thing, like you ladies have been. You know, how can we engage? How can we help shift the tide in the culture towards a more centered way that God intended it to be, a more God-focused, family-focused, centered way.
That's right.
Can I put a shameless plug in for all of you?
Absolutely. Yes, your check will be in the mail. No, I was just kidding.
I listen to Holy Family Radio all the time. It's one of the things that has helped me grow as a Christian Catholic. And I've learned so much, and I love the programming. And, you're talking about standing up for something. I think donating to your Catholic radio station is a great idea for a positive way to do that, because you bring so many good things to us. And what an easy way to do that. Again, we don't have to go out and search as much when we have the kind of programming that you provide here. So I would like to say thank you very much for what you do. And I would encourage everybody to get on board and call in.
Thank you very much, Laura. We appreciate that.
Yeah, we do.
We
Absolutely.
agree. 888-287-0655 is the number you want to call to partner with us in this Holy Family Radio family, we like
Right.
to call it.
Yep.
And we need your support. I mean, this station doesn't exist without the support of listeners and underwriters, and we can't do this without you. And, another thing I think we take it for granted a little bit in living in Northwest Ohio is that we do have Catholic radio available to us, and not everybody does.
No.
I grew up over in the northeastern portion of the state, and I know, Deacon Jeff, you're always saying it's getting better. There's, more and more signals coming on online, but I couldn't find a radio station over there when I was over there. And this was years ago, so they may have it now. But I was astounded because that's a much more populous part of the state over in the northeast quadrant. So we really are blessed, but we have to stand up for our blessings and protect them. And one of the ways you can do that, we will always take your prayers. We will always take your support, your verbal support, anything that you can do to help this ministry reach souls for Christ.
Right.
But one of the ways you can also help is by giving us a call at 888-287-0655.
That's right.
And pledge your best gift.
Pledge your best gift now at 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655. I don't believe that we have anyone that's claimed that gift certificate from the Mustard Seed. We're still looking for a new recurring monthly donor willing to donate just even $5 a month for the year, which is what, $60?
Yeah.
That's, $5 a month. You can do that. You'll get a gift certificate courtesy of the Mustard Seed.
Yeah. I don't know what that amount is for, but it's certainly a gift back to you. That maybe can even defray a little bit of that cost in a win-win situation, because then you can spend it at a great Catholic gift shop.
Yeah.
Like the Mustard Seed over in Glandorf.
Yes.
So give us a call at 888-287-0655. The phones have been quiet for
a little
5-10 minutes
Yeah.
now. And I don't know, maybe I've lost track of time. Maybe we're outside of the lunch hour.
Yeah,
I
it's
guess
15
we are.
minutes until 2, so 1:45. Or as they say, 45 minutes after the hour on those national programs, right? Because we assume that they're all Eastern time frame, right? So
Yeah, I know.
So it's
That's
1:45, and we're coming up to wrapping up this particular hour. So this is usually the time that, unless you have another question, that we usually kind of wrap up and kind of give you the last word. If there's anything that you want to promote, anything you want to share, this is now your opportunity.
Well, I just will second what Laura had said about Catholic Radio, your station, and just we walked in and we saw Mother Angelica's picture and all of the things here, and we're just like smiling and thinking, this is great, because we're big fans of all of that. But also the Mustard Seed. I'm glad that you mentioned that, because if we're over this way, we're usually making a stop at the Mustard Seed. And actually, Lee Recker has the Mustard Seed carrying our signs there too.
Okay.
Okay.
So that's a local place that folks can pick them up. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, it is. So, Laura, I probably.
I can't think of a whole lot more that we haven't already said, but we thank you for the opportunity to come and speak about what we're doing, and hope that people will see the benefit of it, and maybe feel motivated to stand up and do something too. For us, it's the yard signs and the clothing and the website. It's for, I'm not one of those people that's going to be on a bandwagon or parade. I can't do those things, but I think everyone can do something. And if that's the platform that works for people, then I say go for it. But my main thought is do something, stand up, be counted, take that action to stand up for what is important to you. I think that's something we all need to do. We have to kind of figure out what it is for us personally, but for us, the Yard Times has been a very good fit. So I hope it inspires other people to do either join with us or find something else that is meaningful to them to promote this idea of God, country, and USA.
All right.
That's a great note to end on. We couldn't have asked a better question.
That's right.
So thank you so much, Kathy and Laura, for coming in today and telling the listeners all about your great new mission to promote standing up for God, Constitution, and the USA. You're listening to Holy Family Radio. It is our Spring Spirit Drive, the one time per year, just once, that we interrupt your regular programming, which we know you love far more than listening to us, to ask you to partner with us, to ask you to give your best gift in supporting Holy Family Radio, supporting your Catholic radio station, because we wouldn't be here without support from listeners and from underwriters. We don't get a stipend from, the diocese or any other sort of thing.
There's no grants available. There's nothing like that.
Yeah. So we need you to pick up that phone and call 888-287-0655. Join with us. Be a part of this. Stand up for Catholic radio.
That's right.
Yeah.
Stand up for God, Constitution, USA, and Catholic Radio.
That's right.
We'll just tag that on.
We'll just write it in down at the bottom of your sign, right?
That's right. That's right. So I just want to remind everybody that the website is standforgodusa.com. So it's www.standforgodusa.com. You can find all the information about how to get yard signs, their apparel, all the other things, and maybe even find out some other actions you can take, because that's what we're all here to do, is to take more action to stand up and be counted. So with that, we're going to go to break. It's 888-287-0655, 888-287-0655. We will be back after a break, and we'll be talking to you, giving you an update on everything that's going on. Stay tuned.
Welcome back, listeners. We're glad to have you with us. You are listening to the Holy Family Radio Spring Spirit Drive, the one time of year that we interrupt your regular programming to ask you to make your best gift to Holy Family Radio to support your Catholic radio station. Give us a call if you would, 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655.
Don't do that.
I
Don't do
know.
that.
I almost messed up. So since I almost messed up, I'll say it again. 888-287-0655. We've got volunteers ready to take your call. The lines are open, and we are waiting for your call. We're happy to report that our matching funds have been taken advantage of, claimed, so to speak. And we have a new donor out of the Lima area at St. Charles, down there in the Lima area.
So ring your
Oh, yes, that's right, a new donor. So let's ring that bell. That's very loud in my ear. And then we also have some donors from St. John's in Glandorf there. Lee and Diane Recker were kind enough to pledge their support. And we also have a donation. I assume this is Deacon Jim Rump. Yeah, Deacon Jim Rump over there in St. Peter and Paul in Ottawa. Thank you so much for that. And then we also received another donation from St. Michael's in Findlay. So there, if we totaled up the parishes and how many we're getting from each parish, I don't know. It might be a competition to see. It's possible that St. Michael's in Findlay is leading the pack.
Yeah, St. Michael's and Findlay are representing for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then I believe we also have a donation from Lipsick, from Holy Family Radio. Holy Family Parish.
That's right.
It's easy. That just flows right off the tongue, Holy Family Radio. So thank you to all of those donors. Let that be an inspiration to those of you listening. Perhaps this is the spur that you needed to pick up that phone and give us a call at 888-287-0655. We also can take your donation, your pledge on our website, holyfamilyradio.fm, or on the new Holy Family Radio app, which last year at this time we were talking to you about needing $400 in recurring donations in order to bring you that app. Well, you stepped up, so we provided as we said we needed those funds for, and we were able to provide that app now to you. It's really nice. It's got the Bishop's Corner and some other podcasts on there you can take advantage of. You can listen live to the signal from the station. And importantly, for these 3 days, you can also donate by clicking on the bottom right button, the little heart down there in the app. So you can get that in the Apple iTunes App Store and in the Google, what's the Google one called, Deacon Jeff?
It's the Play Store, the Google Play Store.
Google Play Store. So you can find that app, Holy Family Radio app. Look for our logo. Hopefully you kind of recognize our logo, but it's red and white with a blue star. It's a heart.
It's a heart with the Holy Family inside of it.
Yeah, and a little blue star above it. So when you see that, you know you've found the right one. And tap on that, download it, and start listening anywhere you go through that app. We hope you're listening to your Catholic radio station. We hope you love listening to it as much as we do. We hope that you agree with us that it really can touch lives. You never, ever know who's listening. Gosh, we heard that from Kevin Dietering this morning, that when you played his interview from earlier this week, Catholic Radio was very instrumental in his reversion, I guess it's often called, back to the Catholic faith. And what a blessing that was for him. I know it was a blessing for me. I'm actually a convert, and listening to Catholic Radio, was very instrumental in my faith formation, sort of Catholic faith formation. I had so many questions, more than anybody could answer in those RCIA classes, or I'd be monopolizing the class and then some. So it was really great to be able to listen to Catholic radio while I was going through that process. So I can say personally it's been really instrumental in my faith journey. And if it hasn't been in yours, I guess, I don't know, maybe I'd almost challenge you. Are you listening enough? Because there's probably some great programs that you haven't caught yet that really could touch your life, because I think I remember saying it when you guys interviewed me, actually, shortly after my conversion, saying that I could probably spend my whole life seeking and never plumb all the depths of the treasures that the Catholic faith has. So this apostolate, this radio ministry seeks to bring you that, seeks to bring you so many of the beautiful things about Christ and his church. So give us a call, won't you, at 888-287-0655. The phones have been kind of quiet today. We're feeling a little lonely. We're happy the weather's a little nicer, but we'd love to hear from you. We would really, really love to hear from you. Tell us what you like about Catholic radio. Tell us any suggestions you have for improvement. We don't ask that because we want to feel all warm and happy. We ask it because it really does impact the programming that Deacon Jeff puts on the air. If there's a show you really like, let us know that. You know, he was years ago just about ready to take a particular show off the air, thinking it had really maybe run its course. And several people actually that year mentioned how much they loved that program.
They sure did.
And you kind of did an about 160 or 180 there, excuse me, and decided not to take it off the air. So, I mean, your radio is so often a one-way medium. You know, we're just sending out that signal. But this is your real opportunity. Yeah. Not that you can't do it at other times, but, you know, we're really actively seeking it these 3 days, that you give us a call and let us know how this station is feeding your faith and what we can do to do an even better job of that. The phone number is 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655.
Yep, that's right. And when we talk about, you know, you talk about some of the treasures of the Catholic faith, when Kevin mentioned that earlier today, it's like you've had this box, you've had this chest, and you've seen it there, and it's been there the entire time, but you never bothered to look inside of it, or even if you looked, you took a peek, you're like, I don't know what any of this is.
It looks really dusty. Yeah.
Just shut it, you know. The idea that when you are in the church and you're walking the faith, the church is wide as it is deep. Okay, so if the idea of praying a rosary and doing the Divine Mercy doesn't appeal to you, that's fine.
Yeah.
You know, that's not a requirement. Okay. You can, if you like silence, you can sit in silence all you want in adoration or in prayer. If you love to read, and you could read good spiritual books and pray the divine office, there's so much to be offered to you within the Catholic Church. That's all they call these charisms. You prefer to serve the elderly in nursing homes. That's a work of mercy. There's so many different things.
Yeah.
And it's, like I said, it's just not these devotions. But when you talk about the Mass, though, that is a requirement, at least on a weekly basis, because that's the highest piece of worship that we can offer.
Yeah, the
it's
highest
the greatest
form.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, the source and summit of our faith, we like to say.
Right.
But yeah, there's just an endless well, I think, there that you can draw from in the Catholic faith. And, you know, I see it all the time. I really enjoy the Hallow app that has come out a couple of years ago. And I'm always struck by, they have this neat new, you know, way that I can enjoy my faith, practice my faith. You know, I can listen to something different. And that's part of what this ministry seeks to do. Yes, we have a lot of those traditional things there, but you also play great modern Catholic music on this station. And so we want to hear from you about, you know, how can we better serve you?
Right.
So give us a call at 888-287-0655. We need to hear from you. We would like to partner with you. We'll be happy to take check, credit card, withdrawal from your checking account, recurring donations. We really like the donation given on what we call recurring, just simply meaning a monthly donation.
Right.
Just so if you think you can give $100, maybe you divide that up over 12 months. What's great about that is it gives predictability. Every organization needs predictability in its budget.
Right.
So we ask for those. I think are we still waiting for somebody to claim? We are. This is incredible to me because you could literally pledge $1 a month, $5 a month, over the next 12 months, and you could claim the mustard seed gift certificate. The only other stipulation is that you're a new recurring donor.
Right.
So we love our existing donors. You know, they're like the old friends, so to speak. But we like to make new friends too. And as an incentive, the Mustard Seed graciously provided that gift certificate, and they only ask that it be a new and recurring donor. So again, that doesn't mean, $10,000. It means whatever you can do, whatever God is speaking into your heart and tells you this is the right amount for you. Give us a call and pledge that.
That's right.
888-287-0655.
Right. I don't know if you heard my joke yesterday. I thought it was terribly funny, but maybe some people don't. But we say no gift is too small.
Yes, I heard.
Yes,
Yeah.
no gift is too big.
Right.
Except for the IRS won't take anything over $100 million.
You don't have that problem with us.
I don't have any problem cashing a check that's over $100 million.
Yeah,
I really don't.
It is okay if you want to write a check to us for $100 million. We will gladly accept it.
Yes.
We will not reject it. Apparently, the IRS will. We will not. We are flexible, and we just appreciate you partnering with us.
That's right.
So give us a call at 888-287-0655. Are we going to go to a break sometime here,
Yeah,
Deacon Jeff?
we can go to the break now, and we'll play the Bishop's Corner show, the one that is normally debuts. It's his weekly show. It's run every week. The debut of that particular week is on Thursdays. So they're a Thursday release. So today is Thursday. Normally it's on at 3:30. We're going to play it a little bit earlier today. And if you don't get a chance to listen to it very often, I invite you to kind of tune in and take a listen, because he really does enjoy responding to your questions from all around the diocese. And he offers some really nice insights on a number of different things. And so I encourage you to do that, and also to pick up our mobile app, because you can also listen to the current and the past episodes on our mobile app at your convenience. Imagine getting in your car and plugging in your phone and then dialing up the Bishop's Corner show, the latest one, and be able to listen to it on your commute and never miss a show. Because, we can only play it, so many times during the day, and it might not be a day or a time that is convenient for you, but you can on our mobile app. So that's one of the beauties of that.
Yeah.
So with that, let's go to a break, and then that'll continue into the Bishop's Corner show. So you're listening to the Spring Spirit Drive here on Holy Family Radio with Deacon Jeff and Kim. We hope that you can call in now while we're at this break and keep our volunteers busy at 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. We'll be back after all of that. And we are back live here in the studio. I'm Deacon Jeff Compton along with my co-host Kim Schrader here in the studio at Holy Family Radio. This is our last Spring Spirit Drive in this studio. I don't want to give anybody pause by this is going to be our last one. But, unless we get enough donations, it could be. That could happen at some point in time. Mm-hmm. But that is not this time. This time is a blessed time that we get to talk about this radio station in such a positive way because of all the good things that are going on. Mm-hmm. And so it's really a pleasure and a privilege to be able to do this each and every year for the last 10 or 11 years. I think this is my 11th year doing this. And I think this is our 9th year of doing it in this sort of format. We did it a couple different formats that were a little bit less successful. Okay, a lot less successful. But in any event, this has worked for us, and we're continuing this tradition on. And you can be a part of it at 888-287-0655. That's 888-287-0655. We have not heard that phone ring probably in the last half hour or so since we put the Bishop's Corner program on. So you must have been really enraptured by what the bishop had to say, which is probably a good thing because he is someone that we should listen to. But we could use your help, and we do have $200 left of the $1,200 of matching funds. So we've gotten, $1,000 matched. We just need $200 more to close out that fund. So you can be that person or persons that does that at 888-287-0655. I should also mention that I'm looking at over this list of donors and looking at the diversity of parishes that these donations have come from. We're talking St. John's of Glandorf, but also St. Gerard's in Lima, Holy Family, Our Lady of Consolation in Cary, St. Michael's in Findlay, as well as St. Charles Borromeo in Lima. So we're reaching a diverse group of people across this portion of the diocese. So it's so important that we do that. And Kim, I want you to ring the bell, please, because we've gotten a couple of new donors in that crowd. That's fantastic. New donors are the lifeblood of this radio station and really any media apostolate, because it means that there are more people out there who are engaging in this content and learning from it and feel a need that they want to play a part in it. And so it's so important, and we thank all of you for that.
Yeah, thank you for the support that you've given us over the years. We're always asking for those new donors, but gosh, we appreciate our steady old friends. Is that the wrong way to say it? Our folks that have been with us for years.
Our faithful.
Yes, our faithful donors. Yes. Thank you. We appreciate you so much, and we couldn't bring you this radio station without your support.
Right.
We really, really couldn't. So don't let the $200 that's sitting on the table go to waste.
That's right.
Make sure that gets donated by you calling in and saying that you will make your donation, and let's use up that $200 left of matching funds available. 888-287-0655. 888-287-0655 is the number you want to call. You can also donate on our website, holyfamilyradio.fm, as well as on our brand new app, which last year we were just talking about, and this year is a reality.
That's right.
So check that app out. It's just Holy Family Radio. Just search for it in the Google Play Store or in the Apple App Store, and you will find it. If I'm reading Deacon Jeff's mind, he's pulling it up right now so you can see what it looks like there. But down there, you'll see in the bottom right corner, it has a little heart down there. There you go. That's the donate button right there. So check that out, listeners, or watchers in this case, because if you're listening, you have no idea what we're talking about. It went white, Deacon Jeff.
Because it's loading up our page.
Oh, now you're doing the website, holyfamilyradio.fm.
Right to make the donation right there on,
yep.
on our thing. It's real easy.
Yep. We try to make it easy. We've heard that there are some government sources that won't accept checks for $100 million, but we're easy.
We're easy.
We'll take a check for $100 million. That is no problem. That's how flexible we try to be.
That's right.
But even if all you can give is $1, it adds up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? We don't want you for 1 second to think that, if that's what the kind of money they're talking about, I'm not interested in that. No. We're interested in every single penny, every single dollar. It all adds up. It all helps support Catholic radio in Northwest Ohio. So we need you to give us a call at 888-287-0655. This is your Catholic radio station. It's not mine. It's not Deacon Jeff's. I mean, it is mine. I feel like it's mine, but it's everybody's.
Right.
But it takes your participation. Things worth having cost something. Not always in money.
Right.
They can be time, commitment, love, any variety of things. But if it's worth it to you, if it's a priority to you, as the old saying goes, does your checkbook show what your priorities are?
That's right.
So we would leave you with that question to ponder. Give us a call at 888-287-0655. Prayerfully consider how you might be able to help us today.
Right. 888-287-0655. It's 888-287-0655. Our volunteers are in the office, eager to take your pledge, your donation as we continue to go throughout this day. This is our second day. We're getting close to wrapping up our second day of the Spring Spirit Drive. And we call it the Spring Spirit Drive because it happens in the spring, but it really is just the only time. We don't do it in the fall. Some radio stations need to do that sort of thing in the fall. We've been blessed that we don't have to do that. So it's just one of those wonderful things about the generosity of the listeners and the people in this area that see the value of this media ministry that we've now expanded to include video streaming, which we've gotten a lot of compliments on, the ability to be able to not just listen, but be able to watch and see all the people that are involved with the operation of this station, but also the guests, and see people that they know and say that, hey, this is a real thing. They've got a nice looking studio and everything else. So the money doesn't go to waste. We use it to, and have used it to expand. And we talked about the translator station in Findlay, then the major acquisition of 94.9 was a really big deal and a great deal for us because we're able to acquire the tower, so that doesn't cost us ongoing expenses, with rent or anything like that. And now with the expansion for by the FCC to go to Fostoria and hopefully to Van Wert, it's just amazing. Never ever expected this to happen, but you know what? We decided to step out in faith and do something, as Father Nathan Cromley said, and as our last guest Kathy Ross said too. Do something. Take some action. Now's the time to step up and do something. So we ask you to take some action right now by calling 888-287-0655.
As Deacon Jeff said, this is the one time of year that we interrupt your regular programming. We don't do it twice a year or every quarter. We do it once a year. Right. And that's because we know that you really love your Catholic radio programming out there. We do too. We love listening to that. We are not interested in listening to our voices any more than you are. But we call it, even though it's an annual Spirit Drive, we call it Spring. And I think that that's great because it symbolizes, new birth, new beginnings, the way spring does for so many, with everything blooming forth. So why don't you consider a new beginning and increase your existing donation, or make a new donation, be a new donor?